Rachel, hey. Let me turn my phone on D&D. How are you? How's my week going? What day is today? Today is Thursday. It's going all right. How's your week going? Did you receive your package yet? So a really funky thing happened is I went and I dropped, there's a post office at my grocery store, and I went and dropped off your package, but it was actually UPS and not USPS. So waiting for the Patriots game to start. Okay, I didn't know you were a football fan. Are you out for the game or are you watching it at home? You did not receive it yet. Okay. Text me later. I'll find the tracking number for you, and you can check on that, or we can check on that. Welcome, James. How's the sound? All right. So we have, if you're new here, my name is Aja. My name is Ajamarie. I'm making my debut back on YouTube tonight. So with hopes of giving you guys a pretty smooth live, I had participants sign up and pre-register with their birth info, their question, so that we could kind of keep things flowing a little bit in terms of the time and, well, just the flow of the live here. I'm not going to lie to you guys, I'm a little bit nervous. Things got a little bit chaotic leading up to, but we're here. We made it. We made it. So our first reading is going to be, Coco, are you here? I had some dilemmas with my music. I thought for sure it would be coming out of a speaker, and it's not. But we're going to roll with it, and we will work out these kinks along the way. Hey, Giselle. Thank you guys for being here. Thank you guys for being here. Okay, so the way that this is going to go is that I've got 7 participants who signed up and were assigned a particular time slot. Thank you, Rachel. They were each assigned a particular time slot. However, the majority of my list is made up of mothers and businesswomen. So everybody's schedule is a little crammed at this time of night. I tried my best to assign everybody a time that would potentially be after their dinner time, but before their kids' bedtime, or strategically after the bedtimes. So we're going to give a little bit of grace. Of course, my dog is going to go crazy on her bowl right now, like right this moment. She's had all day to eat, but it's got to be right now. So yeah, for those who aren't here on time for their scheduled time slot, we will move them to the end of the list. And if they don't make it, they don't make it. It just is what it is. They've forfeited their slot. Give me just a second. You guys bear with me here. Q, who is in line after Courtney? Matter of fact, let's just do a roll call real quick. Q, while you're in the comments, can you check everybody's temp and see if everyone is here? I know Giselle is here. Is Sarah here? Actually, Sarah is last on the list, so she's probably not here. Is Khalifa here? Q, can you put the order in the chat for me, please? Is Glitter here? Is Glitter Starseed here? So I can't see who's in here? Is that not how it works? Welcome, James. You guys bear with me. Give me just a minute. I'll be right back. All right. Hey, bro. How you doing? Welcome, welcome. Thank you for being here. Okay, who's after Courtney? Oh, Khalifa, who isn't here either. Thank you. Thank you. I don't want to. I think that it is crazy that I've talked to every single person within the last 2 hours. A few of whom I had to tell, hey, I'm getting ready. I actually sent you an email with all the details. I can't talk to you right now. Welcome, welcome, Glitter. How are you? We've got Glitter. We've got Giselle here. Lauren is here. I appreciate you so much. Q is here. I appreciate you so much. For everybody who's just getting in, oh shoot, let me go ahead and make you a moderator, Q. So our managing moderators here are What Q Be Doing and Uncle L Speaks. Thank you, love. Thank you, thank you. All right, so it's 7:15, and I think that we're going to go ahead and get this show on the road. So, Rachel, are you still here? Rachel, if you'd like, shoot me a message in, let's say, if you want to get a reading tonight, Rachel, I'm not feeling very confident in my group right now. So if you want to send me your birth time and everything so that I can pull up your birth chart with a reading, I'm going to just put you in queue, like in the queue. And so that way, if people aren't showing up, I'll throw you in the rotation. Mercury retrograde is Mercury retrograding hard. Okay, send me your info on Instagram, please. My internet is having hella problems right now. Yeah, my whole computer was just not responding for a minute. I couldn't change the song. I couldn't click a tab. Nothing. All right, we've got 7 people in the chat. If you're anyone who's on my list, do me a favor, say hey, let me know you're here. Yeah, I know you called, but why would I answer the phone when I'm here? I can't do that. Thank you for being here. Thank you. Thank you. I'm not going to lie. You guys, give me 2 minutes. I'm annoyed. So I'm going to come back, okay? Give me 2 minutes. I'm going to adjust my attitude, and I'll be back. Hey, Brendan. Thank you for being here. No, I've been here since 7. It's okay. You're not the only person who's not here. My entire list of people that I corresponded with within the hour of me starting my live are not here. Giselle is here. Q is here. And Glitter is here. So I'm grateful. But all of those people were towards the end of the list because I prioritized the people who have small children and are possibly doing dinner time or bedtime or whatever the case. So I prioritized those people. and put everybody else to the end of the list, late in the list. And yeah, yeah. And then I'm sitting here looking stupid for 30 minutes. So there's that. There's that. It's Mercury retrograde, so I'm going to gather myself, give everybody some grace and some consideration for the cosmos. And in 2 minutes, I'll be back with a better attitude. Okay? I love you all. I'll be right back. I will put you in my queue, Brendan. Send me your birth time and all your birth info to my Instagram. Because my list is a little out of whack, I'm not sure what the flow of the list is going to look like. So if somebody doesn't show up, absolutely, I'll put you in queue. But the person that we were supposed to start the live with is here now. And yeah, we're going to go ahead and get started in 2 minutes after I have an attitude adjustment. Okay, I'll be right back. I'm going to actually pee too. Oh, shit. Okay. Yes, I'm here. She's mad at me. I'm her sister. Sorry, y'all. The link brought me to the page saying we were waiting for Aja, and someone else was in the chat on the link wondering the same. I'm not mad at you, Courtney. I'm not mad at you. You're not the only person who wasn't here. So what I was recognizing as the live started is that my first 4 people were not here. My first 4. So I couldn't even move on to the next person. I had to stop, ask where you were, and then message everybody else and say, hey, can you come earlier than your time because my first half of my list is not here. So I'm not mad at you. I just got overwhelmed. I was dealing with a lot of anxiety leading up to the live. But we're here and all is well. And we're going to take some deep breaths. Okay. I was there an hour ago, got all fucked up, and then the link. I understand. I love you too. And I'm not mad at you. It's not all on you. I was having anxiety prior to the live, and my best friend Q, she's like, it's okay. Take 5 minutes. And she sent me a link to some breath work that I really appreciate. And that was nice. That was helpful. But yeah, it's just a little bit of anxiety, some nerves. But we're here. We're doing well. You are here. We are here. And I'm grateful for everybody that showed up. So I think what we'll do is if it turns out that a couple people are late for their slots, they will get pushed to the end, and then we'll go from there. If they don't get seen today, then we will just reconvene for another live potentially. What I will say is that we won't be doing this free thing all of the time, so that was a bit disappointing, right? Because I reached out and let people know here's an opportunity for you to get a reading in case you're in need. So I reached out to people that I know would appreciate that and value that. And so giving away your energy in that way and to have it received but not reciprocated is, you know, a little draining. It's a little draining, but it's all good. I've got everybody's birth charts pulled up. So we're going to start with Courtney. Courtney, what you didn't do that I did ask you for. Now let me find a chair. I'm stressed. It's fine, Coco. It's fine. What you didn't do, though, was you didn't send me a question for us to focus on for your reading. Thank you, Elle. Thank you. Thank you. Uncle L says, if y'all getting a free reading, please send a tip. And it is appreciated, but again, that's not why we're here. Bren, I'm grateful. I'm grateful, love, and I'd be happy to read for you. We just got to see what the list is looking like as everybody comes in, okay? But thank you, love. I appreciate you for showing up. Thank you for being here. Thank you for your generosity. All right. So, Coco, you did not ask me a question. Oh, let's focus on, okay, we're thinking, we're loading. My love life and financial future. Hey, Khalifa, welcome, sweetheart. All right, so we've got Courtney in the chat, Khalifa in the chat, Tashina is in the chat. Everybody's technology is tweaking right now, okay? Everybody's. And I was having a mini meltdown here for a moment. But we're all here. The gang is here. Shantoya is not here. But that's okay. We'll see how that flows for her. If she's not here for her reading, that's okay. Khalifa is up next after Courtney. Okay, cool. So let me grab a couple oracle decks here. Courtney would like to focus on her love life and her financial future, which makes all the sense in the world. So today I pulled my sister's chart for the first time, maybe the second time. But something I always say about my sister is she is not like any Aquarius that I've ever met in my life. She's not like any Aquarius I've ever met in my life. And it's not a bad thing. It's just Aquariuses tend to have a lot more I don't give a fuck than Courtney has. And so it's always been really astounding to me that she is an Aquarius, because I'm like, she's a little more tightly wound. She's a little more rigid. Well, let me not say she, I'm going to talk directly to you. You've always been a very meticulous person. You've always been very structured. Your foundation has always been a very intense focus for you. From school age into college, the way you plan, the way you prepare, your attention to detail, those aren't always Aquarian type traits. And so I've always said you remind me more of a Capricorn. So looking at your chart and seeing this huge Capricorn stellium made all of the sense in the world to me. You have Capricorn in let me see what house you're in real quick. And they're all in your fourth house. So it's beautiful and interesting. You also have an Aquarius North Node. I feel like, what is she, a Capricorn in Vedic? Probably. You have Aquarius as your North Node. So it makes me feel like a part of the mission for you in this life is to be able to connect with the most authentic aspects of yourself, right? You really like to focus on and connect with planning for certain big events, but that Aquarius North Node makes me feel like this is your direction. This is the thing that you're supposed to be following. So like this space in your life where you're learning to connect with different passions and creative, grounded passions, these things are going to open up doorways to that financial abundance for yourself, to the things that are so extremely important to you, right? You've been focused on wanting to do it a certain way because maybe along the way someone told you that this is the right way to do it. This is the best way to get it done. Or maybe there were models or examples that you saw do it and said, this was how they did it, so this is going to be the best way to get it done, right? You recognize there was a pattern or a process that seemed most efficiently executed to get you to a certain space of success, and you're stuck to that. You want to do it that way. I'm going to have to do A, B, C, and it's going to have to go like this, that, and the other. And then only then will things fall into alignment, right? And that's those Capricorn placements here. You have Saturn in Capricorn. You have Uranus in Capricorn. Your Venus is in Capricorn. That also makes a lot of sense to me in terms of you wanting the way that you prioritize not just a man. I don't think that your ideas about marriage or family are necessarily even male centered. I think they are rooted in traditional values, right? Where you're saying that I need these team things, I need these elements or these components to really make something feel whole, to make it feel grounded. And I think it's interesting that it's in the fourth house. This is talking about home. This is talking about, I know you want a man. She said, girl, I want a man for sure. I know you want a man, but I'm just saying, like, you're not a pick me. You're not a pick me. You're not going to put having a man over having a good man. You're not going to pick getting picked over choosing the man that's best for you, choosing the man that's best for your family, choosing the man that is going to help you to achieve the missions that you feel so adamant about achieving in this lifetime, right? So unlike maybe another woman who's like, I'm so eager to get married, I'm just going to accept that ring at any cost. That's not you. You are a bit more like, no, it's going to be what I want it to be. It's going to be what I need it to be, or it ain't going to be nothing at all. I'm going to figure it out until it gets here. You have very strict requirements. That strictness is also a Capricorn trait. Aquarius has an ability to kind of go with the flow a little bit more, which tends to make them a little less committal. But your Saturn Capricorn placements signal to the fact that you would like to be committed, you would like to be disciplined, you value structure in your life. But I think that this space that you're in right now, where you're learning to tap into more creative aspects of yourself, more free-flowing aspects of yourself. You know, more recently, my sister has been really exercising her green thumb. And I mean, when I say she's got a green thumb, my green thumb is decent. But I'm not, she is amazing, intuitively amazing with these plants, to the point where I look at what she's doing and I'm like, I'm going to make you a business out of it. Let's make you a business out of it, right? Anytime that I've brought up a business to you in the past, you're like, I don't know. I'm going to need all my numbers in order. I'm going to need to learn this first. I'm going to have to do it by the books. Everything has got to go the way that I said that it's got to go. Otherwise, we can't even put it in drive. Right? That thing can't move until everything is right in its perfect place. But what you're doing right now is like, I'm passionate about it. I'm going to learn as I go. I'm going to figure it out along the way. Right? And this is a space where we're able to meet in the middle. And I'm like, let me help you make a business out of this. You're like, all right, whatever. We'll see. Right? Your life isn't hinged on it. You're not like, oh, this is the thing that's going to buy me my mansion. This isn't you're not expecting it to be the thing that attracts your husband. You're doing it simply because you're passionate about it. And it's going to open up opportunities and doorways for you. Right? And I still said pause on the business. LOL. We will make it work. We absolutely will. And I'm going to continue to encourage you. I'm going to continue to support you in that space, especially seeing this. It made me so happy to see this because I'm like, here's something that you're now connecting with in your life that's going to offer you the opportunity to just flow because you're passionate about it, because you're good at it, and because people want to pay you for it, right? It will just flow. I don't have to buy flour and sugar and whatever for this. I need more ducks in a row for baking, for example. Very true. But also at a point, baking became a bit more of a chore and an attempted hustle than it was a passion, right? This is passion with no attachments, no connections. You're just in it because you love it and it feels good. Today I saw you say, I really just love the process of watching these things grow, rescuing these plants from wherever they were at and watching it grow. It's so gratifying. That is the type of love that you need to have for something, for that creativity to allow that type of abundance to expand and prosper in your life. Right now, of course, you can still focus on some of the more rigid aspects of financial building and financial planning. Of course, you can still align with a job that pays you a salary or focus on a career. But I promise, as long as you have this thing over here where you're able to freely, creatively express yourself and tap in and tune out, this space is going to forever offer you some reprieve from the rigidity and also offer you some freedom in your expression, right? It's a happy space for you. And it's a very valuable happy space for you because it's kind of your internal breakaway from some of this more rigid and strict expectation about the direction that life is supposed to flow, right? Also with Capricorn, also with you having a Venus Capricorn, it also makes sense why it's important to you to be with a partner who has something. It's important to you to be with a partner who enjoys giving gifts. You probably in your romantic partnerships may enjoy giving gifts or making gifts. Maybe it's baking, maybe it's cooking, maybe it's providing a clean home. But that Capricorn Venus placement adds a little bit more of a practical element. It's not quite so dreamy and head in the clouds. It's more like, well, if you ain't got nothing to bring to the table, can you build the table, bitch? Right? Yes, thank you. I don't know how I got so good with plants, but it seems like mommy is helping me for sure. She was a plant goddess. Absolutely. 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 I love receiving gifts. Yes, yes. And that is a very Capricorn type of trait. All right. All right. Interestingly, in your second house, you have Lilith and you have Nova. In your second house, you have Libra. You having second house in Libra, for me, just tells me to remind you that you catch more bees with honey than with vinegar. You catch more bees with honey than you will ever catch with piss. Okay? So, yes, it's great that you're strict about your life planning. Yes, it's great that you are firm about what you expect and what you want to have and what you intend to build. But adding a bit of softness in that space, in that intersection of romance and finance, relationship and finance, partnership and finance. This is an area where you could benefit from softening a bit, right? Opening yourself up a bit more to receive in that space, in that way. Not being impressionable, not being willing to be misguided, but being a little bit more compromising, right? Not about your plans, not about your requirements, but a bit more compromising and cooperative in relationship, especially where romance and finance tend to intersect, right? For instance, you just went on a date recently, and because you were a little uncertain about the bill. You were a little, you said, I'll split this with you. I'll split it, I guess, I think softening yourself in that space a little bit, allowing in that space a little bit more, not only will you receive more, but will you see that prospective partners are willing to meet you where you're at, right? I love the freedom to do me and have some additional income, so hubby has to be the provider. And in order for you to find your provider, there's going to have to be a little bit of softness and compromise that opens the door for him to meet you there. If everything about your disposition is saying, I got it all figured out, I know what the fuck I'm going to do with my life, and I don't need a nigga for nothing, right? If that's what the energy is saying, it doesn't really matter what your mouth is saying. Your mouth could be saying, look, I want marriage, I want a house, I want this, I want that. But if the energy that you're giving off is saying, but if you don't give it to me, I'm gonna be fine. It's almost like a bit of internal conflict, right? What you're expressing is a little bit conflicted with the energy that you're offering about it, if that makes sense. And this isn't saying that you're always like this. You're looking at your chart, it just says there's a tendency for this, right? Because Lilith is there. I want to specify, because Lilith is there. Lilith is the dark moon. This is where we're needing to go to even deeper depths to learn some things about ourselves, to learn some things about where we have a tendency to get in our own way, where we may shy away from taboos, where we may, it's a space where we really need to lean in and learn the darker aspects of ourselves and get comfortable with those spaces to really open some things up for us, right? It makes me feel like you may avoid certain relationships or situations for fear of disappointment, for fear of the relationship potentially failing. Like there may be this element of dipping out a little bit early so you don't have an opportunity for it to break your heart, right? Does that resonate at all? That resonates, okay. He spent at least $150 the first date, and he knows absolutely everything about my current struggles, needs, and deficiencies. I just want to not seem like a fucking leech that just expects things. Okay, that's valid. That's valid. And I definitely respect that you're saying that you opened up. You opened up. And so after opening up, then what did you do? You said, it's okay, I got half the bill. Don't worry about it. Even though I'm struggling a little bit, even though you know what's going on in my life, that was an expensive dinner, so I can pay. Right there, again, there's a little bit of conflict there. It's not anything that you're doing wrong. It's just like you then stepped up to say, just because I got problems doesn't mean I'm putting my problems off on you. Well, you were never a problem. You were his date. And as a chivalrous man, he probably expected to pay. Right? So again, it's not that you did anything wrong. These are just things to learn about, kind of the internal conflicts that we can have with ourselves so we can be in full alignment with what we're attracting and what we're expressing, right? It's like you attracted the man that you like or that is willing to show up in ways that you require. But then when he got there, he says, you don't got to do all that. It's okay. It's okay. You don't have to do all that. I could do some. I'll step up and I'll do some. Right? Nothing wrong with what happened. Just something worth reflecting on. Rolling my eyes. He said no at first, but I kept pushing. I shouldn't have. It's okay. I'm really proud of you for being vulnerable, for being open, for sharing parts of yourself. But I think in alignment with that vulnerability, maybe next time you guys have a date, you admit that to him. Right? Like I was really pushy about offering to help pay because it felt a little expensive and it made me feel some type of way, but I'm working on that. Right? So he knows that you're not wanting to come and split the bill every time you guys have a date. Right? And maybe he can revert back to that first date and say, okay, look, all right, let me go ahead and let me take the lead again. Because the message that it was given was like, yeah, I'll let you lead, but I'm going to tell you where we going, bitch. I'm going to let you drive, but I'm going to put the address in the GPS. Right? Let that man spend on you, girl. That's what Q said. No, that's not a normal thing for sure. Okay, yes. This Queen of Swords and this Judgment card, this is very much so the energy that I was just saying, is that like you are ready to dip out before something has an opportunity to disappoint you. You're ready to cut somebody off before you have an opportunity to have your heart broken, right? So there may need to be a little bit of adjustment in the love and relationship department, because you may not meet your husband in the first guy that you date. He may not be in the second and he may not be in the third, but you do have to be willing to experience these people to find out, right? You do have to be willing to experience them long enough to find out if this is compromise that I'm interested in investing in, right? So this Queen of Swords and this Judgment card is saying you're going to cut the shit before it even has a chance to materialize. So Spirit is saying, if we could slow down a little bit with that, of course, I'm going to introduce this concept of standards versus expectations that really, really hit home for me. Because oftentimes we either dip out prematurely or tend to self-sabotage for fear that somebody is going to get it wrong, right? For fear that somebody isn't going to show up in the way that we would like them to. So first, we set a standard, right? And then we have expectations. But more often than not, we're leading with our expectations with a complete stranger. Why would we expect a stranger to meet these expectations when we haven't yet even established the standard? Now, the standard is for everybody, right? The expectations are kind of what I hope to receive or hope to experience with you. So I like to use this analogy. The standard is the sign outside the club that says $5 admission, must show ID, will not get in without ... No black forces at the door. That's the standard, right? If you got black forces, you ain't got $5 and you don't have an ID, you not getting in here. I don't care how good of a person you are. I don't give a fuck if you can dance like you got served. It don't matter, nigga. You can't come in here because you don't meet the standard. Right? You didn't meet the standard to even get in. But let's say you meet the standard. You got your $5, you got your ID, and you ain't wearing no black forces. So now you in there. And then when you get in, there's a list of rules on the walls, right? Let's not even make anything up. No fighting, no throwing drinks, whatever the case may be. Well, maybe the really cute girl that got in that also happens to know the bouncer and the bartender slaps the shit out of somebody and still gets to stay. They had an expectation. They hoped she wouldn't fight, but she did it anyways. She had already met the standard and they might just let her stay. You know what I'm saying? Do you get the distinction that I'm making here though? First, we need to create the standard because the standard is what weeds out even the potential for certain levels of disappointment, right? My nigga can fight if he got black forces. Your nigga's gonna fight if he got black forces. He outside the club and can't even get in, right? So we need to make sure that our standards are a bit more firm so that way when it comes to the expectations, should somebody fail at the expectation, it doesn't bring their whole character into question. It doesn't bring the potential of the relationship into question. Maybe today I just got a little disappointed because you weren't able to show up for me that way today. But because you've already met the standard, it's not bringing into question who you are, how you're capable of showing up, how you treat me, or the potential between us because you already met the standard, right? Or if you fall below the standard, I can expect that that was a choice because you've already shown me that you're capable of more, right? So I think that we need to do a little bit more about the standards so that when it comes to disappointment in the expectations, we may be a little bit more flexible in what that actually means for the potential of the relationship going forward, right? I try to list my rules and regulations early. That's good. That's good. Rules and regulations. This sounds very corporal. This sounds very militant. She slapped someone at the club and got pulled out by 4 bouncers. She knows her worth. Courtney, you slapped my date at the club. That had nothing to do with your worth, actually. My date was very nice to me, actually, Courtney. We never talked again after that, but what the hell? All right. Ancestors, angels, and spirit guides, please give me a message for Courtney. What can Courtney look forward to going into 2026 in the areas of finances and love? Yeah, she really did. She slapped my date, got dragged out of the club by 4 bouncers. I get into it with all the bouncers, saving her from security. I got maced in the coochie. King of Swords. Well, I was backing up your worth. I never actually slapped anyone. I was joking. No, you did slap her, actually, Courtney. You slapped her. There's the King of Swords. And I actually like this. What is that guy's sign? Do you know? The guy that you dated recently? Because I see somebody here who... This King of Swords and this King of Wands gives me the energy of, you can't tell me what to do unless you can tell me what to do. Like, this seems like the energy of a man that actually might be able to be capable of checking you, right? Not because he's disrespectful, not because he's rude, but just because he's strong, he's firm, he knows his own worth, and he's not intimidated by you, right? 413, interesting. So he's an Aries. That tracks with the fire sign. Maybe he's got a air sign moon. Page of Cups. So it looks like there may be an offer of romance here, right? You guys are already dating, so there's that. Interesting. I see the Devil card and the Ten of Pentacles. I feel like in 2026, you may also meet potentially a Capricorn man, which I think would probably be great for you, honestly. This looks like somebody who is potentially financially stable, probably quite disciplined for themselves. But this Devil card also makes me wonder if this person might drink a bit too much. Shit, I wish I was on the video so you could see my face. I'm not gonna lie, I don't really like this person's energy. I don't think that this one here is necessarily about the guy that you are dating now. This looks like somebody different. Again, with the Devil card and the Ten of Pentacles. This could be him, actually. This energy looks a bit controlling. And for that reason, I don't know that that's going to necessarily boil over well for you. I don't know about Cap. I think we may box. That's true. I agree. You think he may drink a lot? I got to pay attention. I don't know about this. No, not the guy that you're talking about. At first, I thought it may be alcohol, but honestly, this looks like it has more to do with having kind of a domineering personality, being a little bit controlling. But the Devil card makes me feel like it's a bit covert, right? Like he probably doesn't come off that way right away. Yeah, the Moon card is here. So there's a level of covertness to this controllingness with the Moon card, the Devil, and the Emperor. This is giving me quite controlling vibes. It's giving toxic attachment, a level of possessiveness. Yeah. Yep, I do. It's this Two of Cups and this Four of Wands is like, what's mine is mine. What's mine is mine. Maybe you like that, though. Maybe you like that. Maybe you like them a little possessive. Get your ass over here, Courtney. What if I'm the possessive one? I appreciate that perspective. I do. I assumed it was him because it came out with masculine energy, but maybe when you're being possessive, you're a little firm about it. But we'll see. All right. Khalifa, you'll be coming up in about 7 minutes or so, okay? Maybe 5. Let's see. 2 of Cups is out again. With the 2 of Cups and the 10 of Pentacles at the bottom of the deck, there is a little bit of toxic energy here, but it seems like something that really can come into balance with this 2 of Cups. Yeah. I'm going to ask for some clarity. Baby, I got a deep voice when I wake up. It's my masculinity. Wow. Hey, Shantoria. Welcome, welcome. We're running a bit behind. Nobody was here until 7:20, so we're going to do what we can with the time that we got. Why is the 2 of Cups here? Wow. The 10 of Pentacles came out again to clarify the 2 of Cups. I got the 6 of Cups and the Knight of Swords. Why is the 6 of Cups here? Are you on birth control? The Knight of Swords is a very fast-moving energy, and the 6 of Cups often has to do with children or emotional spaces from the past, but they often have something to do with children. Are you on birth control? Just something to think about. The 2 of Cups again. Why is the 10 of Pentacles here? I think maybe this is a chapter of your life where it's really important to maybe focus a little less on rules and regulations and focus a little bit more on alignment. Rather than focusing on what your rules along the way are, expressing what points you want to arrive at, right? Having conversations pretty early on about the fact that you want to be married, that you want to have another child, that you want to own a home or have a farm or whatever these things are. I think a lot of times we go into new, fresh relationships withholding that type of information for fear that will scare somebody off. And I think that in this case, it's important that you're saying these things up front so that no one is wasting your time or trying to convince you that what you want is something different than what you know you already want. I typed in the wrong place. I haven't been on birth control since college and don't plan to put any more of that into my system. Okay. I support that 100% for sure. But again, that's why I said I think that it's really important that you're clear about what you want, right? And that you're clear that who you're dealing with is not the type of person who would dip out on their responsibilities. Why is the World card here? Wow. There's a lot here that looks like you could have a child in the relatively near future. It looks like potentially within the next couple of years. The relationship aspect of it looks a little rocky. Like, I've got the Ten of Swords here. They look like some hurt feelings. But with the Empress, the Six of Cups, the Chariot card, there's a lot here that indicates that pregnancy is a plausible possibility, right? There have been a lot of twos on the board. Okay, you scared me. Talking about I'm going to have a kid. That's not scary to you, girl. Yeah, right. I don't think right now, but I think that the potential is very palpable, right? I think that the potential is very palpable. So I think that getting really clear, I mean, I know you know what you want your life to look like, but maybe being a little less rigid about some of the ways that you get there and just being a little bit more clear about who you're going to get there with and where you want to arrive at, allowing a bit more flow on the journey along the way, right, will open you up to a bit more possibility. I want to be pregnant again, but not right the fuck now. I need a husband first. Yeah, I mean, the Ten of Pentacles here looks like you could end up in either a very serious relationship or potentially, it looks like this relationship has potential for that path. But it does look like the baby would come before marriage. So wrap it up, bitch. Wrap it up. Or does it not work like that? Okay, so can you pull another card or two specific to him? Sure. Yep. Go ahead and ask your last question, and then I will start to wrap up your reading. Hey, Tashina. Welcome, welcome. What's the question, love? Specific to the potential man that's on the board. King of Swords is back. With the King of Cups at the bottom of the deck. Does he have good intentions dating me? Do you want me to ask specifically about the man that you're dating currently? Because this here looks like it could be a different man. King of Swords and the King of Cups. We'll ask about the guy that you're dating currently, the Aries. I see the Two of Cups at the bottom of the deck. Excuse me. I see the Two of Cups, the Knight of Cups, wow, and the Ten of Pentacles again. He seems to be dating quite intentionally, but I do have the Seven of Swords at the bottom of the deck, so there may be some things that he's not being entirely honest or transparent about. Okay? So maybe you need to ask more questions. There's the Seven of Swords, the Judgment card, and the Emperor. So I did cut my deck. I shuffled and I cut my deck. This looks like he is intentionally dating with the purpose of relationship, right? For the purpose of relationship. With the Two of Cups, the Knight of Cups, and the Ten of Pentacles. He wants long-term relationship. He may even be seeking or wanting marriage. With the Seven of Swords and the Judgment card, though, it does make me question whether or not there's anything that he's withholding that you deserve to know about. Maybe about the Judgment card implies endings. So maybe I would ask him a bit more about his last relationship, when it ended, the details of it ending, why it ended. The Emperor is at the bottom of the deck, so that is his sign with the Aries energy, but the Emperor coming up as an energy rather than a person can often mean that there was some level of abuse, narcissism, manipulation, anger, rage, or things like that. So it's definitely worth asking about the ending of either his last or most significant relationship. Yes, maybe London. Okay. Well, thank you so much, Courtney. I'm going to wrap up your reading, and I'm sending your energy back with love and clarity. And if you would like to get a follow-up reading or extend your reading in the next live, I will have that information available for you guys probably tomorrow. Okay? All right. So thank you, thank you. Who's next? I think it was Q. Who was next? I love you. Come take care of my plants and I'll tell you all about them, bitch. We need rehab over here. All right? Hey, Khalifa, you here, love? Hello, love. Hello, hello. All right. So, in case I didn't explain this part, so I'm not an astrologer. I am pulling people's birth charts just as a supportive tool. I love astrology. I appreciate it very much, but I'm not a professional astrologer. So, I'm a bit limited in my scope of knowledge for natal readings. What I have a tendency to look at is certain placements that have to do with relationship, finance, struggle, trauma, blockages, and things like that. And I use the chart to to connect a bit of reasoning or logic, maybe a bit of explanation for why certain things are the way they are, or why you behave in certain circumstances the way you do. But I don't do predictive astrology readings. The predictions will come from the tarot. The astrology is just a supportive tool. So for Khalifa's reading, I do recall you asked for a year ahead. I will say that with this 30 to 40 minutes that we're working with, we probably won't get into a full and in-depth year ahead, really breaking down all of the details that you may face throughout the year. But we can touch on a couple of major topics. If you'd like to let me know which areas to focus in, I'd be happy to do that. Otherwise, we can kind of do a general year ahead, and we'll look at some of the opportunities and some of the blockages that may arise throughout the year for you to best align with desirable outcomes for yourself. Okay? And really quick, Sarah, you crept in here, and for some reason I thought you were someone else. So I want to say hi. Thank you for being here. How we doing in the chat? Did we recover okay? Are we doing okay here? Career, love, and lifestyle. Beautiful, beautiful. Hey, Sarah, how you feeling, love? You cook for the kids and everything? Okay, bye, Coco. Okay, good. I just want to go through your big six and you tell me if this sounds right for you. Some of the times were a bit jumbled up, so I want to make sure that I've got the right chart pulled up. So Cancer Sun, Taurus Moon, Cancer Mercury, Cancer Venus, Cancer Mars, Cancer North Node, That sound right for you? Thank you for real for the reading. I'll pay more attention for sure. It's okay, Cole. We can definitely unpack some of it more. We'll talk more over coffee. I love you. Yes, that's right. That is a lot of Cancer. I knew you had a couple Cancer placements. Yeah, I see the Scorpio rising, but how significant is she in here with all this Cancer? Oh my God. No, Scorpio is always a significant placement, but this is a lot of Cancer, girl. This is a lot of Cancer. Career and Taurus stellium. Oh shit, you do have a Taurus stellium. Oh my gosh. Hang on, this music is gonna piss me off 1 second. We're just gonna keep playing the same mix over and over so that I don't get overstimulated. Ooh, your Scorpio or your Taurus stellium is beautiful. It's beautiful. In the 7th? This is lovely. That's lovely. I like that. That's a beautiful place for a Taurus stellium to be for your partnerships. This isn't, I don't want to state this as like a fact or anything that I'm absolutely even certain of, but intuitively, what I feel for you, first of all, one thing that I really, really love about you is how true you are to yourself, just how authentically you show up, how genuine you are in your alignment with self and your willingness to explore and take on new adventures to continue to align with your most authentic self. And I feel with where these Saturn, Jupiter, and Moon placements are, the development that you have for yourself right now is really number one priority, right? Once you get yourself into this more developed and stable space, like you're still pretty young, these placements make me feel like there's a lot that you're going to build and establish on your own first, right? But then when you are able to connect in partnership, that will be very expansive for you, right? Like you'll likely attract somebody who is very much so on the same wavelength as you because of all the work you've done to really live in your authenticity, that you won't attract anybody that isn't meant for that authenticity, right? And because of that, because of all the work that you do for yourself. Good night, nephew. Good night. I love you. Because of all the work that you do on yourself, to continue to show up for yourself, it's really going to set the standard and the precedent for whoever shows up to do life with you, right? Their values will align well. their goals should align well. The way that they support you should align well. These seventh house placements should bring you somebody that is able to show up for you along your path in a way that simply nurtures who you are and helps you to expand even further in that, right? Like this person should give you a safe space to land so that you can always go out and, really throw anything to the wall and see if it sticks. They're always going to be there to catch you. They'll always be there to support you and really help you to follow through. So there just seems to be a really expansive energy there. And I don't think that it's necessarily going to come extremely late in life. It just seems like something it seems a bit more sequential, if that makes sense, right? Like there's certain things that you're needing to do for self first. To expand on that a little bit, I don't think that's to say that you won't experience love along the way. I don't think that that's even to say that you won't have relationships along the way. I think that what it is saying is that you will often find that, okay, frankly, this person might be a little too small for me, right? This person may not have the capacity to hold everything that I'm capable of, to hold all of my dreams, to hold all of my drive and my ambition, right? And I don't think that you're going to let anybody hold you down or slow you down in that way. I think that you have such an immense willingness to feel and to feel deeply that you can find love and intimacy and connection in all of your relationships. But I think that you are also willing to let them go if they threaten to hold you back. So there's a lot of foundation building that I think that you'll be doing for yourself for somebody to only come along and help you to build a top of. Does that make sense? Yeah, I want to be a certain version of myself before devoting myself to another. Okay, I love the way you put that. You said that much better. I was struggling to get the words. But yes, that's a beautiful way to put it. I'm like, he's a little too small. I don't mean in size. I just mean he doesn't have the capacity. Like he's just not meeting there. Yeah, I think that's a beautiful way to put it. I'm going to start with this one. I want to say I'm really, really proud of you. Like, I think you're the most likable Cancer I ever met in my life, honestly. You're the most accountable Cancer that I've ever met, genuinely and truly. The most accountable, the most personally authentic. I think that Cancer can oftentimes have a tendency to seek outside of themselves to fulfill themselves. And because you prioritize you, your relationships can be a lot more authentic than what I think most Cancers often get the opportunity to enjoy, right? I think that a lot of Cancers oftentimes have this very, oh, poor me, why do you hate me? Why don't you like me? Why don't you love me? You're really the only Cancer that I've ever met that's like, I don't give a fuck. Oh, you don't like me? I didn't notice. I didn't even notice. I was so busy minding my own fucking business, drinking my water and living my life. I truly didn't notice that you didn't like me. And I really love that about you. Scorpio rising, yes, that. Do you live with family? Do you live with family, Khalifa? Welcome, welcome. No, living on my own for the first time this time last year. Okay, beautiful, beautiful. Okay, I'm gonna shuffle again. I have action. And before I just put the cards back and shuffled again, I also saw walking away. I'm not sure if you're maybe planning to move or planning to leave your job. I've got appreciation at the bottom of the deck. Sometimes the cards like to hide from me. It's okay. We're going to get in there. We're going to get in there. I mean, do you feel open, Khalifa? Do I have permission to read you? I see community, cornucopia, and patience. Honestly, with the cards that I saw prior to this and these cards now, this gives me the feeling that there's something that you're searching for, something that you're wanting to align with. I'm not, this doesn't necessarily feel financial or material. It looks like some level of support or connection. Like, what does community look and feel like for you at this point in your life? Is that something that you're wanting more of? Are you wanting more connections at this time? Are you wanting, I see the sacral chakra at the bottom of the deck. So maybe this is more creative connections. Maybe this is more artistic connections. Maybe these are more outlets for you to actually pour your creativity into. Because there is this kind of energy of coming and going at the same time. So I'm wondering if this is being able to show up in certain spaces, being able to have other people that are showing up for you. It doesn't necessarily feel like partnership per se. Right? Yes, I went so hard for community and walked away drained. All right. So there's a need for reciprocity in these spaces. You're needing to align with community. And you said walked away drained. So that was the walking away from the other portion that I was reading prior to this. You've already walked away from something that you were seeking and that you did want. And it's not that you don't still want that thing. It's that where you were finding it at was not aligned for what it is that you were willing to invest. Or what it is that you were able to receive. Okay. I'm just going to post the question here. Oh, I'm sorry, sweetheart. This is a pre-scheduled live. So everybody that's on my list actually registered for their reading prior to the live. Okay, I encourage you to subscribe to the channel. I encourage you to check out my my business link at ajamarie.com and subscribe there. And you'll be updated when there's other opportunities for you to sign up for a live like this. In the future, I'll also do collectives and things like that. But for tonight, this is a pre-scheduled, predetermined live, okay? If we have time at the end, which I doubt that we will, I can let you know, but right now the list is already made and full. But thank you for being here. We definitely appreciate you being here. So, from a lot of spaces, because Spirit just said no more. Okay. Okay. Yep. And then appreciation is here again. So there's some lessons for you in reciprocity, right? Sure, to a point, we give and we give genuinely, we give generously from the kindness of our hearts. But the idea that we do things in this world with expecting nothing in return ever oftentimes leads us down a dead end path, right? Especially when it comes to business, when it comes to, I mean, there are definitely things that I will do for people for free. There are definitely things that I will do for people without expecting anything in return. But I have to also predetermine how much of that I have to give, right? It's a childhood wound for sure. Absolutely. And I think that there's also this space of entrepreneurship that we kind of have to go through and grow through, where we're feeling the need to really prove ourselves and prove our value, right? Something that keeps coming up in my mind, when we were speaking the other night and you were talking about your job and you were talking about the manager there, the conversations you were having with the manager, I pictured you guys standing in the kitchen, and that may not be where you were. I pictured there being a kitchen with like an office off to the side. That may not be the setup at all, but because that's what I was seeing while you were telling me about it, I keep seeing that again. I keep seeing that conversation again, where you're like offering all of this value to spaces where it may not be offering the same to you. Now, that's not to say that you should never share a good idea that just spontaneously arises. But it reminded me of the earlier years of my entrepreneurship, where I was often willing to give away free labor, free advice, free services, so that I could show people how good I was. Just watch, hang on, you don't have to pay me right away. It's okay, let me show you how great I am at this, and then you're going to want to hire me later. The thing is that they don't want to actually hire you later. They don't actually want to pay you later. At the end of the day, people will much rather receive free labor than to go and pay a professional to do it. So although you did prove your value, you also proved that you don't know your value. So why am I going to pay you top value when you're not actually aware of your value at all? I see how great you are. I know how much you have to give, but I also recognize that you don't. It's a perfect opportunity for exploitation, for taking advantage, right? Which I know is toxic. I have an opportunity to work in a higher class kitchen, and I'm trying to see if that's the move next year. Okay, that sounds beautiful. That sounds beautiful. And what is the goal there, right? Is the goal to help that restaurant or that kitchen be a much better kitchen? Or does working in this higher end kitchen give you opportunity to connect with better opportunities? If it's a higher end kitchen, then you may end up bumping shoulders with some really important people in that restaurant, right? But if I'm pouring all my energy into trying to make the kitchen staff a better staff and trying to turn the restaurant into a better, I'm giving away myself for free when I have an opportunity here to make it what I need it to be, right? So I think it's important to keep that in mind. Everybody around you can see your value. Everybody can feel your value. And frankly, Khalifa, you aren't somebody who can walk into a room without feeling you, right? They feel you. They can feel your authenticity. They can feel how genuine you are. They can feel how driven you are. When you open your mouth, it's already abundantly clear how intelligent you are, how intuitive you are, and how wise you are beyond your years. Your poise alone, the way you carry yourself at your age alone is valuable. It's valuable, right? And so everybody that comes in contact with you is aware of that. But when you open your mouth to prove to them how valuable you are, it becomes abundantly clear immediately that you have not yet learned the extent of your value. Now, that's not to say that you're insecure. That's not to say that you don't think that you're worth anything. It's just you don't recognize that people already see you. And anybody that's asking you to prove it is because they get the impression that you may not know just how valuable you are. So this part is definitely a journey for you. There's definitely some shadow work to be done in this space for sure. Some childhood wound healing, excuse me. Self-worth has been another lesson. Imposter syndrome so bad. Okay. Well, I'd love to support you in that space. I'd love to do some work with you in that space so we can talk more. I'm always a contact. I'm always a resource. You have my number. Professionally, personally. So we can definitely talk about those things a bit. But next year definitely seems to be a year with some opportunities. It's a matter of you recognizing and actualizing those opportunities, right? Not expending your energy to prove how worthy you are of the opportunity, but you recognizing them when they arrive. Okay? Yeah, the next year is going to bring a ton of clarity for you. It's definitely giving upgrade. I see the sun here. Where'd you go? There's going to be some heavy healing as well, but there's going to be a lot of clarity that comes up for you. These spaces make me feel small, but I've been exposed to people that see me and I want more of it. Let's go. Let's fucking go. Let's fucking go. I think that there's also value in recognizing there's space for my inexperience. It means that I'm teachable. It means that I'm ready to grow. It means that I'm driven to learn more, right? There's value in that too. So rather than feeling like I'm coming ill-equipped, I'm exactly where I'm supposed to be. And if the opportunities are meeting me here, there's something valuable that I have to offer. I don't have to have it all. I don't have to have all the answers. I don't have to know exactly where this is going to go. I know that something that I have to offer is of value, right? I'm over being the most skilled in the room. So we're going to have to get into some bigger rooms. Some bigger rooms where you're not the most skilled, but that also puts you in a position to have to learn something, right? That have to make you have to be teachable. This is definitely the type of year that I'm stepping into this year and next as well, right? Rather than hustling and bustling, trying to align with all these opportunities to make money, I'm here to learn. I got some things that I need to learn this coming year, right? I want to refine my skills in some spaces. I want to learn some new skills. I'm just going to have to buckle down, humble myself a little bit, and focus on what it is that I'm trying to learn, right? Absolutely, Khalifa. Let's learn together. We're going to learn some things together. There's plenty that you can teach me, and there's plenty that I can teach you. And that is the type of reciprocity that I am happy to pour myself into in this coming year. All right. I've got the Ten of Cups, the Empress here. I do have the Eight of Swords as well. This feels like a little bit more of a mental mental restriction. I think that this coming year is a time for you to really connect with your art. Maybe not so much as a means. I mean, I'm not sure if this is a financial venture for you or not. Maybe it is, but it just seems like something that you're needing a bit more of in your life at this time. The Ten of Cups and the Empress, it's just something that actually makes you happy. It brings you joy. And that creative space allows you to attract in a very authentic and genuine way as well. It's very freeing for you. Okay. I recognize that you're really open to learn and you're open to receiving new opportunities, but it is going to be a year that you're also going to need to employ a ton of discernment, okay? Because again, even when you can't see your value, other people see your value. And there's going to be plenty of opportunities, or what seem like opportunities, where someone is really lining up to be able to take advantage of you, to get the most value for the least overhead, right? They want the most bang for their buck. So I think that it's going to be really important for in this coming year for you to really discerningly assess opportunities for what they are. And that may not mean that you're not taking any risks. I think that it more so means that you're willing to walk away when something isn't what it appears to be, right? The Five of Swords and the Nine of Swords with the Two of Cups makes me feel like there's a potentially shady partnership that someone would move to propose to you of some sort. And let me not say shady. Maybe it's not that it's necessarily shady. I don't see the Seven of Swords, so it may not be that it's necessarily malicious or with ill intent, but severely misaligned. Severely misaligned. Excuse me. Can I look into this situationship? Yeah, absolutely. Let me go ahead and close out this portion about the career and the kind of business portion of all of this. Again, like I said, I think that it's really important for you to make sure that the opportunities that arise for you are aligned for you. Because with that Two of Cups there and the Five of Swords there are going to be a couple of things that come up next year that position themselves like opportunity, but really have more potential to throw you off of your own course. And something that you should be looking out for with that Nine of Swords are connections and partnerships that cause you a lot of, anxiety, unease, or restlessness, right? If you find yourself waking up in the middle of the night because of something somebody said, you find yourself having a hard time making it to sleep because something is constantly racing on your mind. You find yourself feeling uncertain and uneasy in this person's presence all of the time. It's time to go to the altar with that relationship and decide whether or not this person even has space in your life, right? All right, so tell me about your situationship. Mentally and emotionally, I'm done. And the more I pull away, the more this motherfucker's latching. Feels parasitic, not gonna lie. Ooh. He's outside now waiting on me. Oh my God. Like steadily in my energy with nothing to offer. What's his sign? How old is he? Okay. All right, I'm gonna check the energy, his intentions, the potential, and the advice. I didn't like that. Right at the bottom of the deck, manipulative, selfish. I've got the Magician. I've got the Nine of Cups. Very self-centered. Maybe selfish isn't the best word. I don't know what... Oh, he is selfish? Okay. Is he broke? Ew. Khalifa, he be asking you for money? I see the Six of Pentacles. This man like to show up with dick and then ask you for money? Ew. I got goosebumps. My armpits started sweating. I got nervous about this. Ew. I don't give him damn money outright, but I have helped him. And he's content with that, right? I think sometimes, like, we got to consider that. A lot of times we don't feel used because it didn't take everything from us, because it didn't put them very far ahead, right? But let's consider the source. Does this person have goals of getting very far ahead? Probably not. He's giving homosexual, right? If the goal is really to just get some coochie and get fed, he's winning already. He's winning already. We all paused that broke. Because I'm not hating on a humble, hardworking man who's just trying to get it, right? But this is not him. This is a lazy bitch. This is a lazy, selfish, needy bitch. 33 years old, dating women at least 10 years their junior to take advantage, right? I can't even necessarily say that he's a narcissist. I can't say that with all certainty because this behavior is very manipulative, but love bombing where? I don't think he has any way to love bomb you, really. He's showing up very underwhelmingly, right? Yeah, we've all been there. We've definitely all been there. I think that this is far more shameful for him, sweetheart, right? You are a young woman. You are a young woman who's hardworking, who has their own crib, who has a child. You are doing your fucking best. And he's out here taking advantage of you. He's disgusting. He's deplorable, actually. Right? He may not be getting much out of you. He may not be getting much from you, but it's still more than he has to give. There's no reciprocity here. He's here just to take, right? He's here just to take. That absolutely is parasitic energy. He's only got a little bit of life in him when you're pouring into him, and then otherwise his broke ass is just laying there waiting for you to pick him up, right? Mind you, he is still outside. Like, I don't even want to see him. How he get in the club? A brokey, right? We didn't have the sign on the bouncer wasn't at the door when he arrived. That said, listen, if you ain't got $5, you don't got no ID, and if you wearing black forces, bitch, you can't come in here. Somebody let this nigga in the club with his black forces on, and I hate to say it, sweetie, I think it might have been you. You might have let him in the back door with his forces on, and didn't even, yeah. Had this realization, and it's like the rose tinted glasses are gone. Girl, the rose tinted dick was never that rosy. Let's be serious, actually. The Four of Swords. He's very much so homosexual. This Knight of Cups, 10 of Pentacles, 5 of Cups. The nigga probably has a sob story. He has a sad story about why he's in a bad position, right? He told you, he probably told you some story about how he's just in between some things. How he's, you know, yeah, motherfucker just love my apartment. Does he have his own? Does he have his own apartment? Yeah, this is definitely homosexual energy. It's not going anywhere at all. Girl, he got kicked out of the people house he was staying with. He's homeless. He's homeless. As a general rule of thumb, if a nigga don't got his name on a mailbox or have a house key in his pocket, please. Please. Because if you go to the welfare office and tell them that I don't have a mailbox, I don't have my name on a mailbox, they're going to tell you you're homeless and you should go to the Salvation Army because you need somewhere for us to send this mail to. Right? He doesn't have somewhere to receive fucking mail. He doesn't get mail. He doesn't get mail. What? What adult? What 33-year-old doesn't get mail? Girl, please. And with this 10 of Cups, the 9 of Pentacles, be scared for real. I'm not encouraging anybody to go get on birth control, but please track your cycle. Please track your cycle, because this seems like the type of nigga that would get you pregnant for an opportunity, for a place to stay. Please. You are on birth control? That's good. Because he would love to plot on that ass. He would love to put a baby in you. Tashina said, listen, because Tashina and I have had these conversations. Tashina has a 1-year-old. Tashina gonna tell you, I'm not wrong very often. No shade, Tashina. I love you so bad. I love you so bad. But if anybody got a testimony, Tashina got some testimonies. Okay? Please leave the homosexual alone. This all came to me and I need help keeping him away. Let's connect and let's talk about some work. Okay? She right. I ain't even mad. I swear. I love you, Tashina. Let's connect. Why don't you shoot me a text and we'll talk a little bit about some work. I can give you some suggestions for yourself. And then I can let you know what it'll look like if you need my support in doing any of the work. Okay? I will say that this is not cord cutting energy, right? Like that's too weak. That's too weak. So you need some actual cleansing, blocking, protection work. Yeah, because he's going to be persistent. We talking about a nigga who don't got nothing to lose. Pride and ego where? The nigga's a bum. For real. He's a bum for real. So if he has nothing to lose, he has no problem dragging you to hell to make sure he can stay. He will walk you down. He will wear you down. He will tire you out to the point where you don't feel it's worth it to fight him to leave. You just give up on the fight and now the nigga just gets to stay. Right? And after a certain point, what is your justification for wanting him to leave when it's always been this way? Right? You find yourself arguing with the nigga about why it's not good enough, and he's asking you, why is it all of a sudden not good enough? Nigga, it was never good enough. It was never. Right? So that's the point where it will start to feel quite narcissistic to you. But that's not even about him being a narcissist. It's about you gaslighting yourself. He doesn't seem intelligent enough for that level of gaslighting or deceit. It's us needing to be a lot more firm, right? Actually standing on it. I have no desire to stay anymore, trying to be a good person and shit. I hate that for me. What I recommend is finding resources for him, giving him the numbers to the places that he may need to call. Shantoya is next in queue. Okay, thank you, love. Thank you. Pull together a list of resources for him, whether they're men's shelters or whatever it is that he may need, and tell him that from that point, it's not your problem. Please tell me that he doesn't have a key, right? Does he have a key to your house? Fuck that, he's grown. Agreed, Tashina. Agreed. And he doesn't receive any mail at your house because I don't think he has any. There's nothing. Does he have clothes at your house? Does he have a drawer? Does he have a toothbrush? Okay, good. Then there's nothing legally that makes it seem like he lives there, right? Now, if he had a key, if you were even letting him use your key, if he had ever received a piece of mail there, if you gave him his own closet, all of these things are defensible in the case that he lives there. But there's nothing saying he lives there. Tell that man it's time to go. Just simply. When he leaves, tell him don't come back. You don't got to argue with him so that he doesn't want to go. But when he walks out the door, let him know, don't come back here. I'm actually on my way to the police department to get a protection order. If you want to fight me about coming back to my house, I will go to the police and I will get a harassment order. You might have to be willing to be the ops for this one, right? I don't know about you, but it took me a really long time to come to grips with the fact that, like, I don't actually have to live my life like a drug dealer because, well, I don't sell drugs. So therefore, if somebody's putting my life in danger, if somebody's threatening my home, I need to get comfortable with calling the motherfucking police. Right? Get comfortable with calling the police. If you're not licensed to carry or don't got a daddy that's going to show up at your front door, call the police to have them remove him from your home. Because you're not a criminal. You don't have 50 kilos in your basement. Call the fucking police. Right? Yeah. So Khalifa, thank you so much for letting me read for you. This is what I've got for you tonight. If you'd like to follow up or book a private reading, you know how to find me. I'm here for you. If you need somebody to touch base with when you're doing this, if you just don't simply feel safe, please do call me. I'll be on the line on one phone. I'll have 911 on standby on the other. And if I don't hear from you an hour later, we're going to do a wellness check. Right? We're going to do what we got to do. But reach out to me and let me know, and I can give you some support with your workings if you would like to go that route. Okay? Shantoya is next. Can I do a little roll call quick here? Who's all here? Zanaya, go brush your teeth, baby. You're welcome, love. Thank you. All right, Tashina is here. Rachel's here. Shantoya is here. Go brush your teeth. Oh, okay. Okay. Is that it? We missing a few people? Maybe. I'm still working.
I know.
Do you need something?
I was just gonna ask if I could say
Oh, not right now, baby. All right, Giselle is here. Let's see where we at for battery life. Okay, cool. Okay, so Shantoya. Now, Shantoya sent for a two-part, pretty heavy-hitting topic. And so after a little bit of prayer and divination, just about the topic, not digging into the situation, the guidance that I received was that it's not about it being necessarily online. It's just kind of about the capacity of this live. And your reading is going to require more time, more attention, and more direct and focused energy for that particular topic. So we're going to have to open that up differently, whether it's privately or if it's online. We're just going to have to reserve space just for that reading and that reading alone, because it's going to wipe me. Okay, it's going to take everything that I got to give for that time frame. So alternatively, what you had asked me about was looking into, I believe you said motherhood, and what else did you say? Can you remind me? How are we feeling about the flow of the live? How are we feeling about the energy here? How the readings going? Just want to pause real quick and check the temperature here. How do you go about like booking a private reading or during a live? I think if we do it live, what I would rather do is just do a live specifically dedicated to the mediumship for that reading. And then if we do it privately, you would just book your reading privately as usual. If it's on a live, then it would be discounted because obviously it's public, and obviously your reading would at that point be able to be used in content. But if it's not live, then you would just book your reading like you normally would. For mediumship readings, though, I would require a 90-minute reading because, like I said, honestly, if you have the time, if and when you're ready, I think that this reading would be best done in person, but we can do it virtually, like over our phones or however, or a video call. But honestly, if you'd be interested, I'd be happy to either have you here at my house or potentially come to yours. Or even meetings. I would say probably not in public. I think that we would both need safe space to be able to move through whatever comes up emotionally, right? Love life and motherhood. Okay. Excuse me. Everybody tell Shantoya congratulations. She's a brand new first-time mommy. Yeah, I really want to know, especially since it's been on my mind heavy for some reason. Yeah. So I don't know if, was anybody here? I think this was probably about a year ago, maybe a year and a half ago. It wasn't on this platform. When a woman came in and asked about the death of her nephew, or her godson, it might have been, who was just a toddler at the time. Rachel, I think you might have been there. Maybe, maybe not. But she let me know she was inquiring about the way that he died, and I right away going into the reading was in this house, like in this apartment, right? So I'm describing the apartment, and now I'm kind of immersed in what I'm seeing, right? So I'm getting goosebumps again. Can you see this? My hair is standing up. I'm kind of like, I'm in the house, right? So now I'm visually walking through this space, and I'm asking her about the space. I'm talking to her, and I'm like, okay, is the kitchen over here? Is there a bedroom over here? Right before the kitchen is there, and I can still see it. Right before the kitchen is there another bedroom that kind of off to the left. And she's confirming all of these things for me. And she's like, but we just don't know how he died. And I look over, I think my eyes were closed. And the little boy showed me himself choking. And I start fucking choking in the live, right? Like I can't breathe. I could not breathe. And I'm panicking because first of all, this is a baby. You were there, Tashina? He was a toddler. There were adults in the house. So I'm like getting really worked up, and I'm like, are there people here? Are there people here? Was the mom there when the baby died? Like, and she's confirming everything. So like the more that she confirms for me, the tighter my throat gets until I eventually just start crying and like release, right? It was a very intense, very draining experience. It took a lot out of me. I did not feel well the next day. It was intense. It was a lot. So it's not that I'm unwilling to do those types of readings. It's just not wise for me to be on live and be caught by surprise for an ancestor that wants to show up and tell me or show me themselves. Because this baby wanted me to see, right? This baby said, fuck them cards. I'm going to show you. I'm going to show you what happened to me. Okay. So because of the heaviness that I felt in inquiring about it, it did not feel wise for me to open that up. I feel like we will find some information. I feel like we will at least get some pieces of information. And I'm not equipped or prepared. I'm not going to say I'm not equipped. I'm not prepared for how that will impact me in this live today. Okay. So I hope you understand. I'd be happy to open this up with you and for you, but I just think that it would need to be in privacy and in a space of safe containment. Okay. And frankly, after all of that, I might need a fucking hug. You might need a fucking hug, okay? We might need hugs. All right. So Shantoya, my lovely Gemini friend with the Scorpio eyes. We got Gemini Sun, Scorpio Moon, Gemini Mercury, Cancer Venus, Aries Mars, Scorpio Jupiter. Okay. So Saturn is in Pisces, and it just made me wonder, like, how serious are you? Saturn is generally about discipline, but trying to discipline Saturn, trying to discipline Pisces seems like what? You know when you try to yell at a kid and they laugh at you? Like that's what that felt like. Seeing Saturn in Pisces felt like trying to discipline a kid that just don't give a fuck. Like, why are you yelling? Are you okay? I love you, Sarah. Thank you. Welcome back, Q. Welcome back. All right. Let's see here. You got a little Scorpio stellium too. Scorpio Jupiter, Scorpio Moon, and Scorpio Pluto in your third house. This makes sense to me. This makes sense to me. You're witty and funny like a Gemini. You are. But your communication style is a little more aloof than Gemini. You can definitely see your communication coming up in this third house with the Scorpio style. Wait, is that on the 6th or the... Oh, wow. Okay, I'm excited to look at your relationship. Honestly, now that I'm looking at Saturn in Pisces in the 7th house, what I see is you don't play about your partner. What I see is you don't play about your devotion to relationship, your commitment to relationship, to partnership. You likely take it. I just saw the post that you made, I think it was yesterday or the day before. And you said, I don't play that because it's family shit. I don't care if you're my mommy. I don't care if you're my daddy. I don't care who you are. If you violate my boundaries, I'm not fucking with that, right? That's Saturn in the 7th with Pisces. That's Saturn in the 7th. Saying that I don't play about my partnerships. I'm going to give it my all, so I expect you to give it your all. We require reciprocity in these partnerships, right? We require structure, boundaries, parameters in these relationships. You're not about to run all over me. So although that Pisces placement can have a little bit of that, head in the clouds, I'll be pleasantly delusional for a moment. You better wait until I get my feet on the ground, because as soon as my feet touch the ground, bitch, we back to business, okay? So there's a much more groundedness in this placement than I typically feel like I would see for Pisces. What's your partner's sign? A Libra. You guys have a good time? You guys have a good time? No, genuinely. I mean it. Like, as a Gemini and a Libra, is it fun? You guys have fun together? I don't want to knock him. I don't want to knock him upside his head after this. I don't have it. Look, I haven't even pulled any cards. Hang on. I haven't even pulled any cards. Hang on. Let's tilt this down a little bit. I haven't even pulled any cards. Okay. Yes, we do. Okay. Y'all have a good time together. Do you know his big three? By chance? How old is he? I have more questions than answers right now. How old is this man? Nonchalant, number 3. He's nonchalant? I ain't never met a nonchalant Libra in my motherfucking life. Nonchalant is crazy, because what? You sure he's a Libra? Nonchalant. How long y'all been together? I was going to say that. Maybe some cap in his chart, but still nonchalant for a Libra is crazy. I'm not buying it. He's so damn chilling. Okay. Chill in what way? Is he lazy? Is he lazy? You calling it chill, but is he lazy? Is he lacking in ambition? I need you to be really direct about this part. Is he, matter of fact, no, you don't have to be. I want to find out for myself. No, he takes care of everything. Okay. All right. Okay. He sounds rare. He sounds very rare. He works. Okay. Okay. This is good. This is good. I would definitely count on him having some cat placements. And also not Virgo. Virgo is not chill. Virgo is not chill. Virgo can appear to be stoic, but they're not chill. Virgo is very tightly wound. Oh. I just got like a lump of anxiety in my throat. I didn't like it. How long you guys been together? My Virgo is chill. $11 months. Okay. Interestingly, what this kind of looks like to me is like you may be getting the better side of him because you guys are doing and living the life that he actually wants. Like, does he have other kids? I mean, that part doesn't necessarily matter, but it seems like he knew he wanted to have a child with you. It was an unexpected relationship. Okay. The relationship was unexpected or the pregnancy was also unexpected? And are you sure it was unexpected? Maybe you didn't expect it. Maybe you didn't expect it, but this looks like he wanted a baby. I'm not saying he knew, but it looks like look at, I got the Lovers, the Six of Wands, and the Sun card here, which is often indicating a child or a baby, right? So what this looks like is like, this was a success for him. This was a hit. Like, oh yeah, I'm cool with what we got going on here, right? Like this doesn't seem like the same, like the typical, I'm not ready and I didn't plan on this. I didn't prepare for that. It's like, oh, this was happening. Let's go. Like, was it something that you two celebrated together? Because with the Hanged Man and the Three of Pentacles, he seems very okay with this. He seems like he was always okay with this. I'm not going to take the stretch and say that it was necessarily his plan. Him, yes, at first. Me, no. Wait, elaborate on that. Him, yes. Explain that. I don't know what you're responding to. Sorry. He was excited at first and you weren't excited at first. Is that what you mean? That's what I think you mean. And if that's the case, you're in agreement with me. I think that he was cool with all of this. Yeah. Does he drink a lot? It's just at the bottom of the deck. This was a man with a plan. This was a man with a plan. How long after y'all met did you get pregnant? This was a man with a plan. I have the Knight of Swords, the Three of Wands, the Six of Swords, and the Judgment card. Once this man had you, he wasn't going to let you leave him. I've known him a few years. We hooked up and boom, pregnancy. Yeah, once he had you, he wasn't going to let you leave him. The Three of Wands, you've known him for a few years. Did he ever express to you that he wanted you long before you guys had hooked up? Like, oh, back in the day when I used to see you, I been wanted you. Was it ever like that? Why is the Knight of Swords here? Yeah, he did. But he wasn't on the same page with what we wanted, so we never pursued. I love that for you, Shantoya. I do. I love that for you. You didn't give this man no ass because he wasn't coming correct. Y'all weren't aligned or weren't on the same page. But what it looks like to me is that he's always wanted you. I've got the Four of Wands out. The Knight of Swords is out. And once he got you, he knew he didn't ever want you to go. He didn't want to leave. He didn't want you to leave. Don't get me wrong. I think that it's not like he just trapped you, because I think he's happy to have a baby. I think he's happy to have a baby with you. I think he's happy to be starting a life with you. So although it started out pretty unconventionally in the sense that you guys didn't necessarily plan it, he's happy about what's going on from what I can see, right? Yeah, he did. Oh, yeah, that was the same thing. I'm going to use a different deck as far as motherhood is concerned. All right, so it looks like with the Tower card, the Nine of Swords, the Two of Swords, and the Seven of Swords, that there could be some conflicts and or misalignments that arise between the two of you. But ultimately, they still end with the Hierophant. So it doesn't come across like anything that you guys can't work through. But I do think that it's really important that as the issues arise, you prioritize them, right? Don't sweep things under the rug and push them onto the back burner, because they're the types of things that will go on to cause resentment and cause disconnect in you guys' connection, right? In you guys' partnership. This definitely feels like matters centered around partnership rather than personality or behavior, right? Like I don't see other women popping up at this point. This doesn't look like it's about infidelity. It doesn't necessarily, I can't see what it's about particularly, but it looks like misalignment in the partnership in itself. Maybe having disagreements about what's necessary for home. Maybe having disagreements about how to raise you guys as child. Maybe having they seem like foundational and fundamental misalignments that you guys haven't yet had the opportunity to discuss or resolve, because the relationship is just yet still too fresh for them to have even come up, right? So again, I think that there are things that you guys absolutely can work through and get past, but it's important that you address them as they arise. So you guys maybe need to consider some couples counseling, not because things are so wrong, but maybe because things are going well, unexpectedly well, and you guys want to keep it that way, right? So how do we authentically preserve the wellness while also opening up space for truth to arise, opening up space for growth to be possible, right? Because you guys will come into, I think that it's more so just a space of, we're good when we're good. But because we don't know each other well enough just yet, when conflict or big issues arise, we don't yet know how to navigate them like a team. We don't yet know how to, right? Like if you're not next to him, and somebody asked you a list of questions about him, you may need to call him to find out some of these answers, right? Some things I mentioned, he just doesn't have much of a response. Conversations, that's hard, he says. I come off harsh. Okay. I sense that you're probably quite a direct communicator. He's probably a bit more avoidant. And I think that Libra can have a tendency to take most everything as a criticism, as a judgment, right? You could be saying, look, I think that some things are coming up for us to work on. And they're going to say, what, I'm not good enough? I didn't do that well enough? You didn't like the way I did it? Wait, I didn't say that. I'm just saying that I think that if we talked about it a little bit, we could do it better. Do we want to do it better? Or are you going to keep acting like I'm your obs? Right? He says he's a listener, but sometimes I'm going to need him to speak. Yeah, y'all definitely need to figure those things out before you get pregnant again. Okay? Yes, Libras will always be in their feelings. And it is, I think that you're right. It is very important that a Libra gets their feelings out, because a Libra that keeps everything in is internally tormented and will eventually move on to torment you. So let's get those feelings expressed. Let's get those emotions in motion, right? Because the internal dialogue of a Libra is nasty. I mean, like for themselves. They self-judge, they self-criticize, they beat themselves up when it doesn't seem or feel good enough. So when other people are adding to that, even just as a suggestion or an idea, they've already criticized themselves about the thing, and now they're assuming that you're just adding salt onto the injury, right? So there's definitely some spaces of communication that you guys need to work the kinks out of, and there's some spaces about the future that you guys need to find alignment in, right? I definitely think that a couples therapist, even once a month, right? Like, this isn't trauma therapy. You guys don't need to be going every single week for 2 hours at a time and doing what is it? CBT. You guys don't need it. It's not that. But maybe just a little bit of support in laying the right pieces, planting the right seeds to continue to nurture the best potential of the relationship would likely be in the best benefit. But I want to circle back to something real quick. You did hear me say before you get pregnant again, right? Did you hear me when I said it? You guys should probably go to counseling to figure some of these things out before you get pregnant again. You ready? Are you ready? Okay. I'm still processing this birth trauma. Yeah. So you guys are going to need to be responsible. You guys are going to need to get on the same page. I think that you guys are going to have to start having some honest conversations, right? If you guys are back to banging, are you guys openly discussing what happens if you were to get pregnant, right? How each of you would feel about it. I think all those things are really important and they're necessary now because you're fertile in a bitch. Okay. All right. Latoya, I hope that was helpful. I hope that resonated for you. I think that I'm happy for you. I'm happy for you. You guys seem to have something good. It's got good potential. It's got good bones. Okay? But you guys could definitely use some support. He said he's happy, but with my complication, I expressed it. Can you say that again? What do you mean? He said happy. Oh, how he feels about the baby. Okay. Okay. Well, I'm really happy for you. I'm happy for both of you. Y'all make beautiful babies. Y'all seem super fucking cute together. But I think that if you guys want something that is sustainable, healthy, and something that has longevity, you guys could use some support going back to do some minor repairs and adjustments to the foundation that you're building before you build a house on top of the sand. Okay. All right. Who is next? Nova. Hey, stop. Nobody's here. Yes, this reading made some things clear. Good. Rashida? I'm like, who is Rashida? Tashina. Okay. Tashina's next. Can you give me the lineup after her? Can you put it in the comments? Tashina, Giselle, Glitter, and Sarah. All right. Thank you, Q. Thank you. Okay. All right, let's pull up Tashina's chart. How you feeling today, love? Tired. Thank you for being here, love. Thank you for being here. We're going to rock this out and we're going to let you go so you can get to bed. Let's do a little overview of your chart. All right. Tired but healthy. Let's go. Let's go. I love to hear it. You got Sagittarius Sun, Aquarius Moon, Gemini Rising. Love, love, love. That's why you cooler than a motherfucking fan. With a little bit of attitude, with a little bit of spice, you know? I like that. You have a Sagittarius, or Mercury is in Sag. You have a Scorpio Venus. Jupiter is in Taurus. I really like Jupiter in Taurus. It's beautiful. Saturn in Capricorn. Neptune in Capricorn. Oh, honey. You got a lot of action in the 7th house. That would explain why you're such a lover girl. Why relationship is such a highlighted theme in your life. But Saturn is in the 7th house too. So I feel like this can also potentially outline why sometimes your relationships can have a tendency to pull you out of alignment from your other commitments. Yes, you have your Sag placements and your Capricorn placements in your 7th house. Here, I'll show you. Have you seen these placements for your chart before? Okay. So here is 7th house, right? Where that line is. Now, I know it looks like Sag is in your... Actually, wait a minute. Yes, you have Sag in your 6th house, but because this planet is on the other side of 7th, that planet is in your 7th house, right? And these planets are also in the 7th before the 8th, right? So you've got the Sun here, Mercury, Saturn, and I think, is that Uranus? Yep. All in your 7th house. So your 7th house rules your romantic relationships, partnership in general, but specifically your romantic relationships. So you've got a Scorpio Venus, which is beautiful but rough, right? Because Scorpio Venus is deeply devoted. But because your Saturn can oftentimes put you in conflict about what your priorities are, you can find yourself deeply devoted to the wrong thing at the wrong time, right? So while you could be in a position to excel in a certain area of your life, some good dick pops up and this could snatch you smooth out of alignment because now you want to devote yourself to that dick under the ruse of love, right? Scorpio feels so deeply, and that fifth house placement really allows you to lean into that, right? And to really love that and own that and show up for that, right? Like there's no shame in that for you. Scorpio don't give a fuck about shame in that way. So you're going to love shamelessly. You will devote yourself shamelessly, but your devotions oftentimes will likely conflict with your disciplines. Basically meaning the dick you love is likely not the best dick for you. The man that you will devote yourself oftentimes may not be the best person for you to be committed to, right? But because that passion was there, because the connection was there, and that Scorpio placement will take you to the depths of the ocean and then out into the ethers. It's like, oh my gosh, I just want to ride this ride. That is Scorpio Venus. That is Scorpio Venus. Understanding that about yourself and that Scorpio Venus will allow you to, like, I really encourage you to learn a little bit more about that placement specifically, right? Saturn shows up with an iron fist to show you what you're supposed to be disciplined in, and then also disciplines you for not being disciplined enough, right? So like last year when we were having those Saturn retrogrades, I was getting my ass whooped every single time I didn't do what I was supposed to do. I have Saturn in the first house. It's a big part of my identity. So when I'm not in alignment with the things that I'm supposed to be disciplined in, I'm going to get disciplined about it. Right? So you're probably constantly in conflict between being deeply devoted to something and then being punished in life for it. Does it ever feel like that to you? Like, why am I getting punished for loving so hard? All I did was want to love you. Why am I being beat over the head with this? That's not your partner beating you over the head. That is Daddy Saturn saying, what the fuck did I tell you, little girl? I said no. No means no. I said no. You were supposed to go sit your little ass down. And look at what we did now, right? Rough lessons with Saturn. Rough lessons in partnership with Saturn, right? And Scorpio is just like, the fuck, I just want to do what I want to do. I want to love deep and get dick strong. And let me just live passionately, please, because I just want to do whatever I want to do. And no matter how hard it gets, Scorpio also has the capacity to transform in that, right? So we're a little bit more likely to accept that this is the way of life, and this is just how I have to navigate, right? This is the plight of a Scorpio. We're gonna go through a million deaths and rebirths, and mine just so happened to be around relationships. Yes and no. Yes and no. That Scorpio placement is going to give you the energy of that Scorpio experience in that part of your life. But you have a different level of support with that Saturn in the 7th that can really tighten things up for you if you raise your standards, if you recognize your worth, if you tap into the things that you're supposed to be tapped into so that spirit can provide a partner that's in alignment with the disciplines in your life. Somebody that doesn't wish to take you out of alignment with your other commitments, but wishes to complement them and support them and help to uplift them, right? That would be the ideal person for you. But if he doesn't come in and give you that Scorpio devotion and that Scorpio love, that Scorpio passion, that may not actually be love at all, then you're unwilling to even consider him, right? This Scorpio in the 5th house is like, in your life, you probably don't like the good guy. You don't like the good guy. You're the type of woman that makes the good guy feel like the good guy always finishes last. Right? Because he's not passionate enough for you. He's not, honestly, not crazy enough for you. He's not strong enough for you. He's not, There's something about that Scorpio Venus placement that really needs deep, passionate, earth-shattering love. But the problem here is that it comes and it shatters your fucking world every single time and leaves you to put the pieces back together. Right? And while you're putting the pieces back together, you got Daddy Saturn standing behind you. See, what did I tell you, little girl? I told you this wasn't a good idea. It's interesting. Ah, baby. Oh, honey. This Jupiter Taurus placement is in the 12th house for you. It's in the 12th house for you. Meaning that in matters of love, in matters of romance, in matters of material stability, in matters of material beauty, it's going to be a space in your life where you struggle. But the reason that you'll struggle in this space is because you don't recognize your value, because you don't recognize your worth. And that is one of the lessons that you're here to learn, is your worth. It's one of the lessons that you're here. Taurus is a goddess. A Taurus woman is a goddess. People will bow at her feet. People will feed her grapes. People will hold her doors. My mother was a Taurus woman, and I'm telling you, sexy, yes, but the energy of it in itself is like, my mom had a sway in her motherfucking hips that could not be duplicated. And I'm talking about, like, I remember being a little kid. In the back seat of our station wagon, and when my mom would get out of the car at the gas station to go inside and pay for the gas, she'd get out her car, and I'm talking about, like, the moment that she got out, that hip switched, and everything at the motherfucking gas station stopped. And I'm talking about that walk was just the whole trunk just dragging behind her. But it was graceful, not stank, not one of these, not one of those. It was real graceful. It was just all in her hips. It was this sway. It was magnetic. It flowed. And I shit you not, everybody at the gas station would stop and stare. And I remember just as a little kid being so captivated by that, like, wow, like, time stopped. This lady got out our little crusty ass station wagon and all the fucking time froze. They don't give a fuck what she's driving. They don't give a fuck what's on her feet. That walk and those lips would stop the whole motherfucking show, period. You would see maybe one or two people that were bold enough to try, but everybody else just stood by on the sidelines and admired from a distance, right? That is the power of a Taurus woman who knows her beauty, who not just her beauty. It's not about physical beauty. She knew her essence. My mom knew her essence. Even once my mom got older and was chubby, had rheumatoid arthritis, this lady still knew how to bat them motherfucking eyelashes, and people did for her. My mom celebrated every little win. She'd come off the train and be like, oh, no, this guy just carried all my groceries off the train. He was just so sweet. Just so sweet. What, Mom? He didn't ask you for nothing? He didn't want to do... No, he just, just wanted to be nice to me. And she received that. I don't owe him anything. I'm great. Like, I'm beautiful. I'm a fucking goddess. Yes, somebody should be carrying my fucking groceries. I expect that person before me holds the door. I expect that it wasn't this like, oh, thank you for giving me favor. My mom wasn't snooty, and she wasn't stuck up either. She was very down to earth. But there was this goddess quality about her that let her know that she was entitled to the treatment of a goddess. Okay? Beautiful, beautiful energy. She knew exactly who the fuck she was in that way. And for you, with this placement in the 12th house, connecting with this understanding of yourself, pairing that Scorpio devotion with the entitlement of the goddess Taurus woman is going to put you in a completely different energy, right? It's not putting you in a position to need to prove how worthy you are. You're saying, I am the fucking bag. Actually, did you pay your entry fee to even come and apply? Right? I may not even look at your motherfucking application because the line is long, bitch. When you begin to peel back the layers of these lessons is when expansion begins to happen in your life. Is when luck begins to happen in your life. Is when favor begins to happen in your life, right? This aspect isn't really about how hard you work, about how much you earn, or anything like that. This isn't about proving yourself. This is just simply showing up, being yourself, and aligning with the things that you're entitled to, just for being you, right? And as the goddess of the zodiac in that placement, learning exactly who you are is going to attract far more of those very natural occurrences that just begin to show up for you. People will want to give you things. People will want to do things for you. People want to support you. People will want to give you favor without a reason, without an explanation, and without needing anything in return. That's a lesson in this lifetime for you. But what I also want to point out is that that's a very difficult space to get to in survival mode, right? So stop beating yourself up about where you're at, where you haven't arrived at yet, right? Because in all fairness, you're still in survival mode. And when we're focused on surviving and we have other little humans to make sure that they survive and thrive and are healthy and happy and don't know that mommy's just living in survival mode, it takes us a little longer to get out of that space. So give yourself some grace. Give yourself some grace. Make it a goal. Make it the things that you work towards. But don't beat yourself up about where you haven't arrived at yet, right? Because a lot of these lessons that are coming up, a lot of the roadblocks that are coming up are consequential to some of the relationships that have shown up as more pertinent lessons in the here and now. Okay? Mom guilt. Your kids don't need you to be anywhere that you're not. All they need from you is enough stability, love, happiness, and healthiness for them to be able to thrive on their own, right? What they're capable of in their own life is not solely dictated by the heights that you've reached, right? What it's dependent on is the way that you nurture them from the space that you're in, right? So your kids don't really know any better for where you should be, for where you think that you should be. They just know whether or not the house is content today, whether or not there's food in the fridge today, whether or not mommy is operating in a healthy space today, right? Do we have everything we need here? Are things running smoothly? Are things operable? Is the house feeling chaotic? Are things calmer? Those are the things that they notice on a day-to-day. But your kids have nothing to compare it to. They're not looking at you saying, okay, well, mom should be light years ahead of where she's at right now. No, but they do notice if they start going hungry. They will notice if mom is depressed. They will notice if mom's in an abusive relationship, right? Those are the things that they'll notice for sure. But whether or not you graduated college or whether or not you have a high-paying salaried job and whether or not you're where you think you need to be in life, those aren't necessarily the measures of a good life to them, right? All right, honey. With the Seven of Pentacles, the Moon card, the Eight of Swords, I feel like you're dealing with a lot of racing thoughts, a lot of rumination, a lot of overthinking. The Seven of Pentacles is giving me an energy that feels a bit like sulking. But I'm definitely picking up on some of the racing thoughts. You put a lot of stock in your relationships. You put a lot of stock in the men in your life. So with the Nine of Cups, the King of Cups, and the Hanged Man, it's giving me the impression that you haven't been happy since that man left. That you haven't felt fulfilled since whatever man you are or were in love with. And that really goes back to this Taurus in the 12th house situation, is to be brokenhearted. That makes sense. That makes sense. But to now feel incomplete, to now not feel personally fulfilled, right? It's because you don't know your own worth. It's because you weren't fulfilled before he got there. So when he came and he filled you up a little bit, temporarily, it was something that you felt like you needed to hold on to, right? I think maybe in the beginning, this person treated you a little differently or made you feel something differently that you either hadn't felt before or hadn't felt in a long time. So it was refreshing. It was exhilarating. I've got the King of Pentacles and the Four of Pentacles out, so it makes me feel like maybe this person even spent a little bit of money. Maybe this person bought you some gifts or something along those lines. Maybe this person brought you to do some fun things, right? Like money wasn't as much of an issue when you were seeing this person as it was with the person before, right? So it made you feel a little more special. It made you feel a little more valued, right? But again, this is that superficial filling of the cup that should have already been full before he got there, because we're talking about a Scorpio Venus and a motherfucking Taurus Jupiter woman who should already know that, bitch, if you're not going to fill my cup, please know that there's a line around the block to fill this bitch. Right? But you didn't walk into this with that awareness. You walked into this from a space of depletion and dissatisfaction, of lacking value, right? The person that you were with before this person, the standard was so motherfucking low, right? After you had poured everything into your children's father, you'd poured everything into him, into his dreams, into his passions, into his hobbies, into his family. You poured everything that you had into this man until you had nothing left. So when this other guy comes along, giving some good dick, a little bit of passion, a little bit of excitement, and maybe even buying a couple of gifts, you thought you hit it big. But the standard was still too low. And you just didn't know. You only know what you know. Right? You just don't know what you don't know. So now you're recognizing that although what he offered was fun for a moment, he took more than he ever gave me. The burden he left was grander than any gift that he ever bought. The void that he created is more painful than any joy that he gave me. And the hole that he left in my heart, his dick ain't big enough to fill. Right? I need you to really sit with whether or not this person is even worth loving after the way that they treated you outside of the beginning, right? The beginning was fun. The beginning was cool. It was exciting and all the things. But when you start to consider the way that this person began to treat you after that, does that feel like love to you? Is that meeting your standard? Does it meet anybody's standard? And if not, can you actually, wait, you do what every day? I'm sorry, I didn't see that. I do every day. You do what every day? Sorry. Oh, reflect. I don't mean reflect like dwell, because I think you do a lot of ruminating, right? I think you sit with your mom guilt and you think about, damn, that was stupid. And I shouldn't have fucking done that. And damn, I should have never believed him. And I should have never let him. And I should have never, and I should have never. And that's not what I mean. That's not what I mean. I don't mean that you should continue to beat yourself up or tear yourself down. I mean that we should actually do a little bit of the shadow work to get to the bottom of where the entry was at. How did this man find his way into my life? After everything that I learned, after everything I've been through, why was this the enough that was just enough? How? Right? What was lacking inside of me? What did he provide that made me feel full in that moment? Why was I convinced that this was enough? Sitting with those things, right? Asking yourself questions about not how he made you feel, but why it was good enough. Because he's shown you since then his actual character. Since then, he's shown you what he's worth. Since then, he's shown you the type of person he is and what his character is. So clearly, that's not somebody that you could actually be in love with. You're in love with the idea of that this man introduced you to and couldn't maintain or had no desire to maintain. Either or. Right? So rather than ruminating in your thoughts and beating yourself up, because there's the difference. Reflecting and ruminating are different. Ruminating is like we're on this hamster wheel. Nothing is really changing. I'm looking at the same scene over and over and over again. And every time I see it, I'm telling myself, you stupid bitch, you stupid bitch, you stupid bitch. Who's this helping? Nobody. But if we actually honestly and transparently reflect on where the open doorways were at that allowed things to evolve in this way, then I can make plans to choose better in the future. I can move in wisdom with a different level of discernment in the near future. Right? And stop going backwards. Don't go backwards. Don't give a nigga another chance. Not one. Not one. Girl, not one. Not for no dick, not for $1, not for a ride, not for nothing. Do not share yourself with any of these niggas from your past. Truly, if you need an itch scratched, girl, hop on Tinder or something. I'd much rather see you with a stranger. Wrap it up. Be safe. But this is not worth it. This is not worth it. The Six of Cups, the Lover's card, and the Four of Cups. It will depress you every time. It'll deplete you every time. It'll drain you every time. Okay. Tashina, is this resonating for you, love? Do you have any questions about any of this? Okay. Do you want to ask any other questions? I think I can see. I really look forward to connecting with you Monday. I look forward to connecting with you Monday. I'm going to make you some tea. We are going to meditate together. We're going to do some breathing together. We're going to have a time, girl. We're going to have a time. But aside from our plans, like I just really look forward to grounding with you. I genuinely think that you are the perfect candidate for this type of work, for this type of practice, for this type of co-creation. I think as you learn in this space, there won't be anybody else who could come along and tell you what's good for you. There won't be anybody else who can come along and impress you with trying to make you feel good. Because, bitch, I dare you to try to make me feel better than I make myself feel. And that's not just in a sexual or a sensual sense. when I say sensual, it's not about sexuality. It's about actually being able to experience your senses, right? Your sense of touch, your sense of smell, your sense of feeling on a physical and intuitive plane, right? On a physical and spiritual plane, being able to actually connect with all of your senses. Learning how to feel things so much more deeply with autonomy, not needing to rely on someone else to make you feel anything, right? But that anybody that comes along is only able to add to or contribute to feelings that you can already produce and create for yourself across the board, right? So in terms of the overthinking and the ruminating, what I'm going to recommend for you, especially over the next couple of days, is some guided meditations. Shoot me an email, or not an email, shoot me a text to remind me. And I can actually go through and search for some ones that I think are good, that will help to kind of slow down some of the thoughts and to focus you. And granted, I'm not really a ruminator per se. Like, I don't necessarily ruminate on the same thought over and over again. I have a tendency to cycle through thoughts, and they take me on a ride. They will take me on a fucking ride. If I've got lots of plans, if I'm trying to solve a problem, if I'm trying, they will take me on a ride. So guided meditations are often really, really helpful for me because I'm not relying on myself to pull my own self out of those thoughts, right? Being able to just focus on the instructions of the meditation or the deep breathing or whatever it is, really helps to bring me back to center. And I can help you find some that are more specifically centered around moving your thoughts out of that space altogether, aligning with some thoughts that are a bit more beneficial for your well-being. Okay? So Tashina, thank you so much for showing up for me, for yourself. Thank you so much for being here. I know you're tired. I hope you get the best rest tonight. Excuse me. I hope you get the best rest tonight. I love you, honey. I love you, and I can't wait to see you and give you a big fat ass hug. All right. How we doing, you guys? How we doing? So right now I have 5 people here. Who's here? Can you guys give me a little roll call? I can see top fans, but I can't see who's actually still in here. Okay, Sarah's here. Present but heading out soon. Okay. I did say roll call. Hey, Rachel. Hey, Rachel. All right. Giselle is here. Sarah's here. What time are we at? We're at 10. Invested in this game. It's all good. Excuse me. Let's go ahead and wait. So Tashina, was Giselle after Tashina? Oh wait. Is Giselle after Tashina? Giselle, if you're just now sitting down, would you be okay with me doing Sarah before you so that she can put that baby on her titty and go to sleep? Because I think who was next? I think Giselle was supposed to be after Tashina. Yeah, Tashina, Giselle, and Glitter. Is Glitter still here? I don't think she is. She may be planning to pop back up around the time that her reading is supposed to come up. Sarah said yes. I heard her. Yes. Oh, you good? Are you sure? Sarah, we're gonna do you, Sarah. We're gonna do you. Can you guys still hear me okay? I need to plug up this phone. We're down to 30%. So I'm gonna plug up. But we gonna do you. I have a feeling your reading is about to get real juicy, Sarah. Q, I love you. I appreciate you. Just in case you dip out while I'm in a reading, I just need you to know I'm so grateful for you. Thank you for grounding me. Thank you for supporting me. Thank you for showing up for me tonight. I'm very, very grateful for you. And I honestly probably would have crashed out if you weren't here. I love you. Yeah, we won. Not that anybody asked. I'm happy for you, Rachel. No, I was really about to cry. I was literally about to cry earlier. I was like, I'm not even going to be able to prepare my candles. Yeah, she hyped me up, confirmed my outfit. She told me I was pretty and she sent me a meditation. I love my best friend. Because I was a mess. I love you. Thank you. Okay, let me grab the charger. Then we're going to do Sarah, Giselle, and we will see if Glitter shows up. If Glitter doesn't show up, then Rachel, I will read you in her place. If Glitter does show up, I think I probably need to call it a night, honestly. You are pretty and I love that shit. Thank you. Oh, my shirt. I thought you said I love that shit. I'm like, thank you. You know, I love my compliments extreme and sometimes a little aggressive. Like, yeah, you pretty bitch. I love that shit. Like, okay. All right. Ouch. No, but you're being a little needy. I just kind of got to work a little. Thank you. Honestly, I got this shirt from Five Below. I did. I got it from Five Below. Excuse me. Okay. So, Sarah's reading is interesting. Sarah is happily in love and married with a new baby. Damn, to Five Below? Jeez. Well, look, next time I'm at Five Below, if I see another one, I'm going to grab it for you. I'll send it for you. Because that's crazy. Um, so Sarah got juicy tea for sure. So Sarah is happily married. Um, has a brand new baby. Beautiful, beautiful baby. Um, but Sarah's journey with this man has been an interesting one. And if anybody has come here and been around for a while on TikTok, then you remember Sarah as my moderator there. And if you ever remember Sarah's readings, her readings were always juicy. Her life has always been pretty lit. Before her husband, Sarah always kept multiple boyfriends at a time because she's that bitch. I love her. But she also suspected that her boyfriend had a boyfriend. So we're gonna check the temperature on the relationship with Sarah and her husband, and check to see if Sarah's husband got a boyfriend or something. You know, we're gonna see. We're gonna see what's up. So first, without any other influence, let's just tap into the relationship itself. See, what the energy between the two of you is. Um, See if there's any blockages specifically between the two of you that don't have anything to do with anyone else. Um, and what the advice or guidance for any of that is. And then we will move into whether or not there are any external influences to the relationship. Well, okay. Glad the game is over so I can pay attention. Yeah. Okay, so hubby is a Virgo. What is that other guy's? Well, we're not going to focus on him right now. Hubby is a Virgo, right? I really should have had you give me his birth information. That's what we should have did. We should be looking at his birth chart. Truly. Do you know what time he was born? I mean, I can pull a chart real fast. Sarah, do you know your Virgos? What's Nate's birthday? Or do you know his birth time? If not, we'll move on. It's fine. Oh, okay. If his birth certificate doesn't have it, you would have to go to the Department of Health or call the Department of Health and ask them for the birth time. The Eight of Wands at the bottom of the deck. So I've got the Eight of Wands. Well, what I asked was the energy between the two of you, any current blockages in the relationship, and then the guidance to navigate the blockages. I got the Eight of Wands with swiftness, the Princess of Cups, the Seven of Swords, and the Hanged Man. The energy feels like rushing in for a full stop. Which is, it's interesting. It's giving me this energy of like, fine, let me hurry up and give you what you're asking for. Let me hurry up and do what you're wanting me to do. Let me hurry up. That Eight of Wands is very rushed energy. The Princess of Cups, though, is like, yeah, I'm giving it to you with love, but the offer isn't very grand. The offer isn't very evolved or mature. Does that make sense? It's like, as a man, I would like to see him show up as a man. No, I'm not saying he's tired of you. I'm not saying he's tired of you. Why do you think that? Why do you think that? I don't think he's tired of you. I don't think that's what's coming up here. Let me see. Where's the Eight of Wands here? This is interesting. It's not that he's sick of you. It more so feels like he gave you what you wanted because he didn't want to lose you. Whether that was the marriage or if that was the baby, I'm not sure which aspect it was. Like, he gave it to you because he didn't want to lose you. And I think that with the Four of Pentacles and the Tower card, he knew if he was unwilling to actually commit in the way that you were requiring, that he could potentially lose you. There's a very Virgo men have this God complex that I just can't get around. Maybe he's just tired at work. Conversation is short sometimes. Are you guys living together now? Or is he still in the other town? Yes, you guys live together now? I don't know. I don't know that that's necessarily an indication of him being tired of you. I think that he may just be like that sometimes. And it's just something that you're getting to see more of since you guys live together now. Is that possible? Does that feel plausible? Where's the Princess of Cups here? Are we sleeping in the same bed? No. Ooh, yeesh. He's definitely got some skeletons in the closet. I've got the Hierophant, or excuse me, the Hermit card with the Nine of Wands that came out. So the Nine of Wands and the Hermit card, this has got that he's got some secrets to protect. He's got some skeletons in the closet, and the closet is locked. He is guarding that thing. I'm not sure if he's trying to protect the secret or just protect the fact that there's something in that closet. Or someone in that closet. Why is the Seven of Swords here? ask this? Can you help me understand something? What would be the implication for him to just say he liked men? Is there a religious aspect? Is there a community aspect? Is there something about his reputation? Like, it just seems like there's something Victoria need to let it out. Is Victoria the other guy? Or who the fuck is Victoria? This is a new player unlocked. What is that? Who's Victoria? Are we calling Nate Victoria? Nigga. Are you calling Nate Victoria? Victoria's Secret. Okay. Why are you so fucking funny, Sarah? God. I'm not gonna lie, Sarah. Like I know when I used to read for you and Nate, like he enjoys you. He likes you. Like it's really interesting. Like I wonder if you tricked Nate into a confession. If you told Nate, if you just tell me the truth, you could have me and your boyfriend. If if we would admit it to you. But what I'm really questioning here is it you that he's actually keeping it a secret from? Or is it more people than that? Is it church? Is it the community? Is it his mama? Like, who would have the biggest problem with this if it were to come out as true? If Vicky unlocked the box, who would be the maddest? The world. Okay. Okay. Because what's interesting is like I don't this doesn't necessarily feel like his issue is with you. Like I think he likes you. I think he cares about you. I don't think that your suspicions are particularly wrong. Um I just I question whether or not he loves you in the same way that you love him. I'm curious if I'm wondering if it's his mom. I see the Empress at the bottom of the deck. And I'm wondering if it's his mom that would have the biggest problem with this. If I remember correctly, wasn't there a point where you were telling me that his mom was wanting him to get married? Was that a thing? Like I don't remember. I don't remember, but I feel like something in the past was coming up about his mom and the relationship with his mom, or something along. Is one of his parents pastors or something like that? I may be remembering something from somebody else. It's kind of like she knows. I what you know now I'm starting to remember some of my speculation from the past is his mom. I don't know that it's her having an issue with it. I think it's her concern for them both being judged about it, right? Like, don't embarrass me. Don't embarrass me. Don't embarrass my family. Don't bring that shit to my family's name or something like that. Like it feels like it's connected to something bigger outside of himself that he doesn't necessarily have control over or freedom in. Why is the hangman here? The thing ain't even pretty. Okay. Does Nate have other kids? Or is this his only baby? Yes, he does. The Six of Cups, the Ten of Cups, and the Ten of Swords, 23 and 17. Okay. All right. This is giving like he's happy and with like his wife. He's happy with his child, but there's still something that's really painful for him about this situation, right? There's still something that's very difficult with him for him about this situation with the Hanged Man here. The Seven of Swords, he may be lying to himself to a degree, right? With this Eight of Swords, the Seven of Swords, this feels like lying to yourself or keeping a secret that's tormenting you. Here's the guarding and protecting of a secret. To protect a secret this fiercely, this doesn't feel like he's necessarily just keeping it from you. That's what I'm trying to get at here. Is that, yes, obviously, if he's lying to everybody, he's lying to you too. But it's bigger than that. Like, he's lying to his damn self. The dishonesty within himself is actually hurting him. It's very inauthentic to who he is. Um, uh, do you know the other guy's sign? I'm gonna look at the connection between the two of them. He's a Leo. I want to be clear here. I want to be clear. This is not even saying that they're necessarily sleeping together. I haven't gotten there. I haven't looked into their relationship. This more seems like the things that are coming up as, remember, this first portion of the reading was just about you and him. So, what that felt like to me was there's blockages arising in you guys' connection because of personal inauthenticity within himself, because of things he's lying to himself about, because of things that he feels personally tormented mentally or spiritually by, right? That's not so much tapping into the relationship that he does or does not have with this other person. It's just saying that there's something that he's being very inauthentic and dishonest with himself about, right? And it's showing up in you guys' relationship. So that's not to say that that's the level that the relationship has reached, but there's definitely some underlying things there with him, about him himself, that he's not being really truthful with you about, that he's not being transparent in the way that a husband and wife should, because they're things that he's not willing or ready to face within himself just yet. So that being said, realistically, this doesn't have to be a sexual relationship for it to be very fulfilling for him. This doesn't have to mean that he's, doing the things that you necessarily suspect that he might be wanting to do. This could be a purely platonic and also very emotional relationship for him, right? It could be an emotional output for the things that he doesn't necessarily get to express otherwise. Maybe his friend is the safe space where he gets to play with some of these thoughts, where he doesn't get to talk about them otherwise. That will create a different value in that relationship. We'll unpack that now, but I do want to clarify before going forward that I didn't see any details of that relationship. I just saw the internal conflict he's dealing with himself. Not the reason why he's having internal conflict, but that he's definitely struggling with something within himself. I do want to remind you guys that if anybody is feeling generous and anybody would like to send a tip or donation for their reading, it is very much so appreciated. It's not required, but it is appreciated. Wait, what's Nate's sign again? A Virgo. He's a Virgo. Can you see me? Oh, yeah, I remember. All right, so initially I'm just asking one question. What is the nature? Interesting though, this flipped out. What is the nature of the relationship with Nate and Leo? The Ace of Cups flipped out, and for me, that feels like emotional fulfillment. Okay? That is what the Ace of Cups is about, is personal emotional fulfillment. Um, but we'll go ahead and get into it. The Eight of Swords and the Ten of Wands, it makes me feel like, again, he's feeling very trapped in his own mind and his own life. And that particular relationship gives him a break from this particular mental torment, this feeling of oppression, right? I don't see anything sexual here just yet. I don't see anything sexual at all, frankly. But with the Two of Cups, I definitely see a very emotional connection or emotional partnership between the two of them. The question I asked was simply, what is the nature of their relationship? What is the nature of their relationship? Um, do you have specific questions that you want to ask about this connection or about anything that has happened? Good? What do you mean? Just if they had relations. Okay. Can you tell me more about the Two of Cups? I'm really not picking up anything sexual right now. I'm not picking up anything sexual. Not to say that it hasn't happened, but that's not the particular focus of their relationship. Their relationship is a mutual emotional connection and investment, like a safe space for the two of them. I got the Temperance out twice, and the Two of Cups again twice. Got the King of Cups. King of Cups. I feel like, honestly, I think they love each other. I think they love each other. Um, that's better. Okay. I keep getting the Hanged Man with them, and it's really interesting. I don't really understand it. Um, why is the Hanged Man here? Mm. The Hanged Man is coming up. What this feels like, I didn't understand why the Hanged Man kept coming up. You're obviously in a union with him, and obviously his friendship has never ended. So I wasn't grasping why the Hanged Man kept coming up with a pause. Um, there's a pause because with the Ten of Swords and the Queen of Swords, with the Hermit card, this is giving like, no, wait, we can't. No, wait, we can't. No, wait, we can't. I don't want her to find out. The Queen of Swords, I don't want her to leave me with the Queen of Swords and the Ten of Swords. The Five of Pentacles, the Seven of Cups. It's giving like a feeling of discontentment. Like we got to keep appearances. Like, no, we stop. We can't right now. The Three of Cups, though, is here also. And so this is definitely feeling like, I'm just going to say this. Me and my best friend don't come up in a reading like this together, right? Because we're not in relationship in this way. Now, to see us together as like the Two of Cups, okay, we thick as thieves. I could see that, coming up like the Two of Cups, but not in a way where it starts to impact our other relationship, not in a way where it interferes in anything that we have going on in our romantic connections. It doesn't show up like that, right? I'm not going to show up as a third wheel in my best friend's relationship. That's not going to show up like that, right? So it's giving like, it just feels like he can't authentically be himself. He can't authentically do the things that he would like to be doing. Um, but all of that said, I don't think that he's doing those things because he doesn't feel like he can without tearing everything apart. Now, does he want to? Possibly. It doesn't look like it's something that he's doing right now, though. Okay. How do you feel? Do you have any questions? Did that resonate? What are your thoughts? I mean, this could be a very intense bromance, you know? This could be a very intense bromance. Okay. Yeah. Yeah. Long as the secret ain't a baby or they sleeping together. I feel that. I feel that. Like, nigga, you better suffer in silence and with that dick in the pants. Oh. All right. Well, I love you, honey. Hello, good day, Jacksonville. How you doing? Welcome, welcome. All right. Well, thank you, Sarah. Next is Jay. Hey, boo. Good, good. And like I said, I think that this is something that he really I don't know that it's something that he'll particularly resolve, but maybe there is safe space in you guys' marriage. Like maybe he wouldn't be so distant and aloof if he could actually get some things off of his chest. I mean, I don't know that you necessarily want to hear it, but maybe just acknowledging that it looks like he's struggling with some things internally. Like, do you want to talk to me about it? Should we get somebody professional that you can talk to about it? But I feel like you're getting more and more distant, and I'd like to figure out what's going on. So how do we address this? How do we resolve this? Hey, Jacksonville. So this is my first YouTube back um, on this account, my first YouTube live. So these were free readings, except for I took a pre-registration. Everybody that got a reading tonight actually signed up for their reading so that I had their information available, their natal charts pulled up, and their questions already prepared so that I was ready for the flow of tonight. YouTube or switching platforms in general can be a little overwhelming if you don't have a flow figured out. So yeah, we were already prepared for this live ahead of time, and we're actually coming towards the end. So please feel free to subscribe if you'd like to tune in for a future live. I'll definitely post info about how to either sign up or tune in. We'll also have lives where it's just kind of a free for all. You can come in and pay for your reading as I'm here. But I just wasn't sure how the flow of this first live would go. So I'll probably come back on and try to do some more personals either over the weekend or at the beginning of next week. But thank you for coming in so quietly, respectfully, and asking. Not throwing up a question 50 times as spam. I love you too, honey. Thank you. Okay, thank you, Jacksonville. Giselle, you here, love? Where'd you go? Giselle, where did you go? Where did you go? Right? Wiki wiki. I mean, she could have dozed off. I was gonna say, I'm like, she could have, but she's a night person. I don't know. Okay, did you hear me talking to you? All right. No. I see your comment that says I'm here and never left. But I didn't see anything before that when I was saying your name. Oh, this is tight. It really is not tight, but like the pressure of the live, I've been on for 4 hours and my scalp starts to feel tight. Like my, yeah, I can see I'm here and never left. Did you say anything else? Because I can't see anything else. Excuse me. Okay. Giselle is having difficulty. Well, I'm having difficulty because I can't see her chat. So she's going to come from her computer. Oh, man. Yeah, my scalp, it feels really tight, like all over my crown. Yeah, like that hurts. Thanks. Ugh, my scalp hurts. Whoa, do y'all see this? Can y'all see that? Hmm. I mean, the flame is definitely lit, but hang on. Yeah, I can see you. I can see you now, Giselle. Look at these bubbles, y'all. That's a lot of energy going on in there. This one is calm. Definitely some bubbles, but a lot calmer. Right? Yeah, that one's snapping. There's a lot going on in there. Whatever this is dealing with is probably why my scalp hurts. What's up, baby? No, no. I'm sorry. You okay? Want a kiss? Yep. A little bit.
That was about several hours.
Yeah, several.
We did it real quick.
Baby, it's almost 11. You can start getting ready for bed, baby.
Yeah, I've been relaxing.
Okay, go brush your teeth, baby. It's time to start getting ready for bed. All right. Oh. Yes, I can see you. I can see you. Giselle, can you remind me of... Actually, never mind. I got your question over here. That's it. What to be aware of, what to implement more in my practice, and what to avoid. I like that. I like that. Zanaya, Giselle said hi. Taylor said hi back. Does anybody else ever lose tarot decks? Like, they're never ever gone forever, but they be disappearing for little bursts of time. The Fae borrow them? I really would not be surprised, honestly. What to be aware of, what to implement in practice, and what to avoid. Interesting. Interesting. No, I got one. Thank you, baby. What to be aware of? Right away at the bottom of the deck, I got the Seven of Swords. You around some new people? Maybe they're not even necessarily... the Lovers is under that. Didn't you say you started talking to somebody recently? What's the sign? Yeah, I got a couple people in my DMs, a Taurus and a Leo. Okay. Be mindful of, be cautious. Be cautious. I just feel like somebody has a tendency to be dishonest or misleading. The Seven of Swords was out, the Lovers was out. But I'm gonna go back to your question. What do you need to be aware of? What to implement? Oh, wait a minute. Wait a minute. Going back to this other deck, what to be aware of with the Knight of Cups, the Seven of Swords, and the Lover's card. With the King of Swords. Did that guy ever get in touch with you? Did he try to get in touch with you? Because that felt like his energy, the one that got blocked. What was his sign? Yes, he texted once on a new number and got blocked ASAP. Okay. I'll be aware of him. Be aware of him. All right. Excuse me. Ooh. I'm back, sis. Don't tell nobody. I never supported your ass. JK, love you, and you're more than amazing at your craft. Thank you. Thank you. I love you. You know, what's really interesting, I'm on my second deck. I've asked the question clearly and concisely to how you asked it, specifically focused on your practice. Both messages from both decks are really pointing at the men in your life. Whether they're there presently, whether they're coming in the future, whether it's men from the past. This really makes me feel like your gifts are being elevated, right? I think that we might have talked about this. Your gifts are being elevated, and I feel like it's attracting energies that would like to prey on that, right? Energies that would like to disrupt that light, that gift, that elevation that you're experiencing at this time. I don't think that this is just specifically to the men that you already know, but the ones that are being attracted to you now as well. It's like being at this kind of impasse, right? It's putting you in a bit of a vulnerable space. It's like you are at a heightened space of the potential you already had, but also at a point of untapped potential towards where you're going. And it's putting you in kind of this, I don't want to say a void space, but it does feel like that, right? Like, because it's like this space doesn't feel quite as protected. It doesn't feel quite as guarded. And not just for you or by you. It almost feels like not standing on one side of the veil, but standing on it. Does that make sense? I don't know if I can really describe well what it is that I'm feeling or kind of picturing here. It feels like this kind of in between place that doesn't have the same protections in place as the place that you were coming from or the place that you're going to. Yeah, I feel that completely. Okay. With this Five of Pentacles here, I feel like it's when there is a space of lack, but not so much in lack, more like craving or in a deficit of, whether this is affection, attention, sex, whether this is adornment or praise. It's like there's something that can be identified that doesn't feel quite fulfilled or satiated for you, and that becomes a vulnerability for you. Does that track? It's hard to explain, but I understand. Because frankly, you're somebody who's difficult to find insecurity in, right? Like you're difficult. It's not like you're easy to prey on by any means. It's almost quite the opposite. It's almost like you're attracting people that are up for the challenge, right? It's not like you're getting preyed on like a weak bitch, right? You're not getting preyed on because of how soft you are. It's more like, "Ooh, I'm up for the challenge. She thinks she's this or she thinks she's like that. Let me show her." Right? On an earthly level, on a spiritual level, it definitely feels like there's some, you were just saying this. You were just saying this with the guy. You were saying it with the guy, but then we identified the guy, right? Because you were expressing, I feel like there's something trying to block me. I feel like there's something trying to like dampen. I don't remember the words you used, but basically you were saying like, I feel like something is attacking me, basically. This feels almost like just a vulnerable space that makes you ripe for the picking, if that makes sense. Yes, it's a spiritual thing for sure. So it's less about each individual, but continue to pay attention to each individual because they're all kind of coming with some of that same energy. Something is trying to catch me in the void in the void of transformation and from getting to the other side of the veil. It does feel like that a bit. It does feel like that a bit. It does. You're needing to really strengthen the protection work. Fiery wall of protection on the way. Did you see that? Did your screen time out? This is the third time. No, the second time that it reset my time. It paused the live, but it reset my time, but it reset it at like 8 minutes and something seconds. I didn't reset it to 0. And the candle did some extra shit back there. Okay. I don't know what you're talking about, but it got a little brighter behind you. Yeah, I didn't notice, but I was looking at my journal. Okay. Why is the Five of Pentacles here? This is definitely an attack. This is definitely an attack. The Chariot is here with the Magician in the reverse and the Three of Wands in the reverse to clarify the Five of Pentacles. This is definitely a fucking attack. It made my stomach hurt. I just got nauseous. Why is the Six of Swords here? Honestly, with the Six of Swords, the Knight of Swords in the reverse, the Page of Cups, and the Ten of Pentacles, this does feel like someone that you may have either left or rejected. However, I don't necessarily feel like that justifies all of the energy that's coming at you. I do feel like it's a contribution, but I don't know that it actually is all of the explanation. There's a really pertinent need for protection work, but not just general cleansing and protection. Like you're needing some veiling work, some cloaking. Welcome, Joey. How you feeling? There's a lot of pages coming up. These feel like really petty attacks, but it feels like there's a few of them. Like somebody is watching you grow. Somebody is watching you expand in your personal power, and they don't like it. This just feels a little bit bigger. Whoa. I got the High Priestess, the Justice card, and the Queen of Swords. There might be some actual people around you, and I think maybe we prematurely suspected just romantic partners. The Six of Swords and this Page of Cups with the Knight of Swords in the reverse, the Ten of Pentacles, that definitely feels like a little bit more romantic, or at least a romantic interest. But over here with the High Priestess, the Justice card, the Queen of Swords, the Ace of Pentacles, this could also be somebody who wants to be you or wants to be a part of your life in a way that you won't allow them to, and they don't feel like you're supposed to have it without them. This could be friends. This could be family. This could... I just need to implement more practice. I think right now is a time to focus less on your prosperity and more on your protection. I'm not going to tell you online, but we can talk as soon as we end the live. We can talk as soon as we end the live. There's something that I'm currently practicing for myself, and I think that you should probably be incorporating it for yourself as well. Also, when are you off work next? Would you like to come here? Because if you'd like to come here, we can plan a day of some work, and I'd like to give you a cleanse, and I'd like to do some protection work for you. Or with you, rather. Two heads are probably better than one. To be clear, this isn't something, I don't think that this is necessarily somebody trying to hex you per se, right? I don't think that, I feel like this is more a matter of spiritual attacks. This coming weekend, Let's talk when I get off live. I gotta look at my calendar. It's very possible. I think it's possible. Yeah, I think I had some work planned for the Saturday coming up, but I don't think that I have any clients booked yet, so I can probably clear that. Yeah. I just have to double check and make sure that nothing was already booked. Even if it was, though, even if it was, that's literally a small portion of the day. So I'm gonna say yeah. I'm gonna say yeah. Oh yeah, for sure. Courtney, Jay is one of my really close friends. Jay, this is my little sister, my younger sister, Courtney. We both grown as hell. This is my younger sister, Courtney. No, she's been here. She's been to my house. She spent the night. No, we're good friends. We're good friends. So, and she's not scared. She's actually very, very gifted. Very gifted. I have lots of friends that practice. I do. I know, let me not say lots of friends. I know lots of people that practice. I'm friendly and acquaintances with a lot of people that practice. And I don't think that I've told you this, but I'm going to tell you now. I don't think that I know too many people that I have such a deep knowing of how gifted you are. I support everybody's practice, right? Whatever it is and wherever you're at. But you are genuinely very gifted. She's a Virgo, honey. Her plants don't need no help. If it's green, it's thriving in her house. Her house is so cute. Flowers and plants and all the pretty things. Aesthetically, Giselle don't need no damn help. But when we start your business and we need help organizing the books, Giselle will help us with that. Giselle will help us. But you are genuinely very gifted. So I don't find it crazy that you're dealing with attacks. I can remember dealing with attacks like this. I mean, I think in the last couple of years, my attacks were a lot more personal. And I did an egg cleanse today. That motherfucker is disgusting. Disgusting. But realistically, like, I know that I'm doing my work much differently than I did in the beginning of my practice, because in the beginning of my practice, an egg cleanse like that would have had me physically ill. Physically ill. And today I did that cleanse. I had a little bit of a headache last night, which was why I did the cleanse and the protection work today. And I was really surprised to see the amount of attacks that just actually didn't reach me. That are literally just sitting outside of, hovering outside of my aura, right? Like they're sitting outside of a gate. But there were a lot of them. There were a lot of them. If it was a fly trap, it would have been full. Like that. So, okay, Coco. Thank you. So I feel like what's happening is you're receiving similar attacks, but aren't quite fully protected for them. Okay. And so, yeah, I don't feel like this is anything for you to be scared of by any means. Okay, thank you. Enjoy your shower. I think that this is all coming up at the perfect time. I think it's coming up at the perfect time so that we can work on the type of protection that you need incorporated in your practice. As you're moving in this direction, as you're elevating at this space of your gifts. Because let's be honest, you can't afford to step up into the next space lacking in protection, right? It'll have you sick and feeling insane. Yes, I have felt not fully protected. Not scared, but very aware. Okay. Good. Good. I think you're in a great space. I think that you're in a great space. But what I'm recognizing here is that these aren't attacks that are just coming from one place. They're coming from across the board. You're attracting this type of envy right now. You're attracting this type of, like, it's seen that you're not going to stay where you're at on the spiritual plane, right? Like, fuck what's going on materially and in the 3D. Spiritually, you are elevating and evolving in a way where people around you recognize that I'm not going to be able to keep her. She's not going to stay. You were never theirs to keep. But this is how it feels, right? To them. It's like, man, I'm going to lose access. I'm not going to be able to, I'm not going to be on her level anymore. I'm not going to be on her level anymore. So I think that there are attacks ranging from just normal ass haters to disgruntled exes to, less than desirable suitors, right? Like, just across the board, there's a little bit of this, a little bit of that, but everybody is throwing a little shade, is what it feels like. And it, like, this over here is giving the energy of, like, who the fuck does she think she is? Who the fuck does she think she is? This energy is given, I don't have a lot to give her, but she has a lot to give me. This energy is giving, this energy over here feels a little bit more developed, and it feels a little bit more spiritually pointed. It's somebody that actually wants to take away or dampen or infringe on your actual magic, right? But let's be clear, men can be envious in this way too. Men can look at you and be like, oh, she's out of my league. Why does she think she's out of my league? Let me humble this bitch. Does she think she's powerful? She thinks she's a magical witch? She thinks she can have whatever she wants? She thinks she's too good for this? That's that type of energy. I'm gonna catch her because I can. Watch this. That's what that feels like. So yeah, I think I'm going to share with you what I've shifted in my protection work. And then you can look into incorporating it, some of it into yours. And then we can just plan. We can plan to have a little 2-person coven night, and get to work. You down? Agreed. Okay. Yeah, we'll do that. If you'll be up for a little bit, I'll call you when I get off. I'm gonna probably need to roll up before I make any phone calls, but yeah. We'll talk briefly about that, and then I'll start catching you up on my life. I love food. I love food. You know the way to my heart. You always got weed and you're offering to bring food. What do you want me to do? I need more protection. Evil has gotten through me, through my friends. Mo Pixie. So it sounds like you're aware that you may be needing to pick some better friends? You can definitely do like a rosemary and hyssop bath to cleanse your aura of any negativity. You could do an egg cleanse, or you could do a candle cord cutting to detach yourself from any of the energies that you've connected with along the way. But if you're interested in booking a consultation, my info is in my profile and also in the description of this video. Okay. Girl, I'm giving you more than space, truly. And I'll have weed too. I always do. Well, usually do. That weekend was a fluke. I'm giving you more than space. I'm going to give you a beautiful ritual cleansing bath. I'm going to give you some energy work. I think that you could use that. So we're gonna do a little bit of spiritual rehab over here. And then we'll focus on some of the work together. So yeah, I think honestly, if you could probably end up here in like the afternoon, we could do the cleansing and stuff like that in the afternoon, have some dinner, and then at night we can do our work. Or wake up at the ass crack of dawn before the sun and do it before the sun. I do think it is important that we do it before the sun. But I've got Friday the 13th, Sagittarius, full moon water. Oh, this is it. This is it. This is it. It's not much, it's small, but mighty. But this is from the blood moon lunar eclipse. Or the Virgo new moon eclipse. Like, what do we want to do? I got water for all the cloaking. Yeah, I was going crazy in eclipse season. I was like, I need all of that. I need all of that. All right. Rachel, thank you so much for being here. Thank you so much for always supporting me. I'm probably not going to pull up another chart right now, but if you have a question for me, you can definitely shoot. The Virgo new moon eclipse, you want that? You want that? If you want to use it for some hella, that made my solar plexus butterfly. I love that. So that's probably not for baneful protection work. So we'll use the other eclipse water, and we'll use the new moon eclipse water for something else. Do you have a question, Rachel? I'm happy you're here. I appreciate you so much. You sure, love? Are you sure? I'm making space for you. And I'm just assuming Glitter is not here because I called her name like 5 times, 6 times throughout the live. She never spoke up. I think Glitter left hours ago. I think it's safe to say. Okay. I appreciate you too. I love you so much. Message me about the tracking number. I'll find it and then we'll find out when your package is supposed to be there. Yeah. And Giselle, let me roll up and I'm gonna call you, okay? All right, thank you so much, everybody. I don't know who's still here. I really appreciate everybody for tuning in, for being supportive for my first live back. For giving me love while I was having a little bitty meltdown in the beginning. Thank you for being so graceful. All right, I appreciate you guys. Have a good night. Peace.